Highland Park Scots are back under the Friday night lights. It's a road test as the quest for state championship number 7 begins tonight. This is Highland Park and Flower Mound Marcus, presented by Game On Sports. The JSX pregame show is next.
Conveniently located between Lovers Lane and University Boulevard on Preston Road. Not Just Soccer is locally owned and has served the Highland Park community for youth sports equipment needs since 1989. Whether you're looking for soccer, football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, or lacrosse equipment, they carry it all, and they take pride with specialists in each sport, and in many circumstances, you'll be helped by a current Highland Park athlete. Go Scots!
Tell us we can't do it. You wouldn't be the first. Every season begins with a dream, and we are paying the price to achieve ours. Sure, it's not easy. That's why we're surrounded by people who've got our backs. So go ahead, tell us we can't do it. Then watch us. Vista Bank, entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
Welcome to the JSX pregame show, JSX Private Jet Perks at Airline Prices. I'm Will Washington here with Mikey Lamar. And Mikey, we've been waiting 9 months for this. Finally, Highland Park football, they kick off tonight. We're going to talk about the whole 2023 season. We're going to preview tonight's game. But Mikey, for now, it's just great to be back under the lights here.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'm really excited to be back, and I can't imagine how the players are feeling.
Can't talk about the 2023 season without talking about the 2022 season. So, Mikey, let's recap the 2022 season for the Highland Park Scots. It was a successful return to 6A. They hadn't been there in a few years. They were 11-1 on the season, 8-0 in district. They won their 8th straight district title. So, really successful season. They averaged 44 points a game offensively. So, just a really successful offense. Only loss was to Dayton Geyer in the area round of the playoffs. So there's a little taste in their mouth, but overall, Mikey, the return to 6A is really successful.
Yeah, it was. It was the first district championship in 6A since 2015, only the second in Highland Park history. So by those metrics, it's a great season, but we know at this program it's pretty much state championship or bust. So I know these guys were disappointed to go out in the second round to Geyer last year and are looking to get that ultimate prize this year.
There was a lot of talk going into 6A. A lot of people have conversations about it, and one of the things that we heard is, man, does Highland Park, they have the athletes, they have the size. It's kind of the SEC of Texas high school football. Just when you play these 6A matchups like they're going to have tonight against Marcus, it's one of the things these people will notice on film is they'll say these teams are bigger. And some people doubted it. Well, Highland Park really did a good job. They showed they've got the athletes. They're physical. And they're going to have a test here tonight. They're going to have to resume it here with a tough 6A non-district schedule here.
Yeah, and you really see the difference from 5A to 6A on the lines of scrimmage. And so that'll be telling for the Scots this season whether their offensive and defensive lines can handle that that difference from 5A to 6A.
A lot of new players that we're going to preview in a little bit here for the Scots 2023 season. This is the JSX pregame show. Mikey, their opponent tonight's Flower Mound Marcus. Flower Mound Marcus, they're trying to have a little bit of a bounce-back season. They were successful in district. They were 6-5 overall, 5-2 in the district, so they made the playoffs. They were 4-1 in this stadium. And so they're a really good home team. It's going to be a tough environment tonight for the Scots. They also lost to Denton Geyer in the playoffs. They lost in the first round, and they got a new head coach tonight. So there's some excitement in the air. You can tell in the Marcus community they're excited about this team. And while they did have a successful district run, they want to be a little better than 6-5 tonight. So talk about this new head coach and just the energy he's bringing so far.
Yeah, well, after 6 seasons, the Kevin Atkinson era is over, and tonight is the beginning of the Mike Alexander era. He's coming over from Grapevine, was there for 6 years as head coach. And I think he's really rejuvenating the program, bringing a lot of energy, excited to get his tenure started tonight. And a tough home game for him against the Scots.
And you got to talk to him this week a little bit, and one of the things he was saying when he took this job is it was just time for a fresh start. And he wanted to go to this place, and he's excited to be here. He says there's a lot of resources, a lot of energy. And so you kind of have to go back and watch some film of him from previous years, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But these two teams, they met pretty recently, 1 year ago. This was the first game of the 2022 season. It was at Highlander Stadium. Highland Park ended up winning the game against Marcus. They won 38-24. It was close for a while.
Yeah.
They pulled away in the long run. A lot of yards offensively in that game. Both of those teams well over 400 yards. And, again, a lot of players gone for the Scots. One returning player that had some yardage contribution was Wilson Axley. He's going to play running back and also play receiver for Highland Park. He had 2 receptions for 43 yards in that game, 1 touchdown. And it's going to be important for them to lean on him tonight. He had a video that went out. He posted this week. He bench pressed 315 pounds, Mikey. When I saw it, I thought I was watching a video of myself for a little bit there. Really amazing stuff. And, they're going to lean on him here tonight as a returner with some experience here.
Yeah, especially for this fairly young Highland Park offense. I think Wilson's going to be a key, just carrying the load at running back, some out of the backfield at receiver too. I think he'll be someone the Scots lean on pretty heavily tonight, and so his leadership will be telling.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing, Mikey, because in one sense it hasn't been long since they played each other. But in another sense, these are 2 completely different teams. I mean, Highland Park only has 5 returning starters. This Marcus team, they have a new quarterback. They're returning some guys we'll talk about later in the show. But you kind of have to wipe the slate clean here. This is a new matchup here tonight.
Yeah, this is a completely different ball game from last year. And the logos are the same, but the personnel is very much different. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the game tonight.
So coming up after this, we're going to talk about the 2023 season. And before we go to break here, we have a quick announcement. There were some Highland Park football players that reached out to us this week and asked us if we would use this platform just to make an announcement here. And so there is a 8th grader in the community. His name is Pike Peterson, and he was recently diagnosed with leukemia, and he needs a bone marrow transplant just because of the progression of the disease. And so this Sunday at Park Cities Baptist Church from 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m., if you are between the ages of 18 and 55 and you want to go see if you can potentially be a donor for him or if you can help get the word out, these Highland Park football players are behind him and they want to use this as a platform to get the word out. So, Pike, we're praying for you. The entire Highland Park community is behind you. We will be back right after this for the JSX pregame show continued.
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
I love the idea that when you pull into the service garage, your name comes up on the screen. I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at our Dallas and Fort Worth Sewell Infinity locations.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. Team Baker Brothers really stopped that running toilet in its tracks. No more running toilets.
Now that's what I call a bathroom break.
Okay, Jimmy.
Call now to get this month's great deal from Baker Brothers.
The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots!
Scots find a way.
Scots find a way.
Scots find a way.
Scott, find a way.
Summer has sauced it at the 5.
Welcome back to the JSX pregame show presented by Game On Sports. JSX, enjoy hop-on jet service between private terminals. Will Washington here with Mikey Lamar, 2 former Scots, as the Scots get set to take on Marcus in the 2023 season opener. And Mikey, we're going to talk about some of the returning players that Highland Park has, and there's a lot of new guys, just 5 returning starters. But there's one person that is returning, and that's Coach Randy Allen. This is his 25th season as the head coach of Highland Park High School. It's his 43rd as a head coach. In general, he's number 2 in career victories all time by a Texas coach, which makes him the most active winningest coach in Texas high school football. He has 435 all-time wins. And so, Mikey, when you got a lot of new players, which oftentimes Highland Park will have a senior-heavy lineup, it helps to have the man in the fedora calling the plays and running the program. And, that gives him a lot of confidence here tonight.
Yeah, he's been doing it for so long. I mean, we both played under him here, and he knows the deal. He knows how this goes. He knows how to make a winning team out of a bunch of new players like this. And so I'm fully expecting him to do the same this year, just be more of the same from the legend that is Coach Allen.
One of the things that he's so good at that we talk about all the time that I really love as the season goes on is to see how he molds this offense. He calls the plays, and this offense has been developing for years. It's a spread offense that he brought to Highland Park years ago, and they can hit you in a lot of different ways. And so that's something that's really interesting to watch is with new players, new quarterback, new play styles. He's going to bend this offense to really fit his personnel, and that's one of the highlights of his career really in Highland Park so far is he can light up the scoreboard with really whoever he has on offense.
Yeah, you look at what he did with John Stephen Jones a few years ago, Chandler Morris after him, Brennan Storr the past couple years. I mean, whoever you put back there at quarterback and throughout the offense, like Coach Allen's going to get the best out of them. And so I expect that again this season too.
So the second season that Highland Park is back in 6A, they'll be led by Coach Randy Allen. This is the schedule that they have. A lot of fun games that they're going to be playing this season. Tonight, of course, starting on the road at Flower Mound, Marcus, as they debut a new head coach. Next week, big matchup at Highlander Stadium. They're going to play Louisville. Louisville with a lot of recruits, a lot of big-time players. It's going to be a huge 6A matchup. Mikey, as you look at the whole season schedule as Highland Park makes a second run to try to win this district again, what games are standing out to you here?
I think you got to go with Jesuit at SMU. I mean, the Jesuit-HP rivalry is just such a heated one. The kids love it. They love playing against Jesuit, and there's some animosity there, and so it's always a fun one. I think Pierce, I believe on senior night, last game of the season, or last home game of the season at least, that's just a classic rivalry for Highland Park. And it's great to see on senior night. I think that'll be really fun for them to go out and play Pierce in their last home game.
Well, back to the Jesuit game. Jesuit's an interesting one because in that game last year at Highlander Stadium, Highland Park jumped out to a lead. And then Jesuit came back and made it really close at the end. Got a little bit scary down the stretch. So, they're going to be motivated. And then Highland Park, of course, is going to want to make a statement. And the Battle of the Tollway, as we like to call it, that's what's fun about this district, Mikey, is there's some neighborhood rivalries. I did the basketball games last season. The Lake Highlands Highland Park rivalry was a really big deal. They packed the stadiums for those games. So it's fun to be back in the area and playing teams that are really these historic rivals.
Yeah, it's great. You got Lake Highlands nearby. Pierce isn't too far. Jesuit, as you said, right down the tollway. Even Nimitz and MacArthur aren't too far out in Irving. So it's a fun district to have them all so close. And these rivalry games really are what they are a lot of times. And so that's really fun to watch. And I think the guys are really excited to play against these opponents this year.
Coming up at halftime, Mikey, we've got some interviews with the Highland Park captains. And so these guys elected by their team to lead the team. You got Case Pickelman, you got Wes Giese, you got Wilson Axley, You've got Warren Peck.
Yep.
And then you've got defensive lineman Henry Richter. How about that from memory right there, Mikey?
That was nice.
And so these guys sat down for an interview. You can watch the whole thing at halftime. But the key to the season, one of the major ones, is the leadership of these captains. Coach Allen really instills this in his program, the importance of leadership. These guys have been following guys above them. They followed their example. I know Wilson was talking to me about how he really looked up to Jay Cox, who was a captain and a running back last year. So these guys really passing it on here.
Yeah.
It's going to be important for these guys to really set the tone throughout the season.
Yeah, for sure. I think so much of the culture at Highland Park is about leadership in this program. I think they picked that up from a young age, even starting in middle school. And so I think it's kind of instilled in them, and then you see these guys just kind of rise above their peers into these leadership positions that are voted on by the other players. So it's really cool to see these guys kind of growing up in this program and then taking hold of that this year as seniors, being captains and leaders of this program now.
So coming up at halftime, you can see that full interview. After this break, we're going to be back. We're going to finally talk about tonight's matchup, some new players to look out for, some returning players. We're going to preview this game. We're going to give you our picks for which players we think are going to go off. That's coming up next on the JSX pregame show.
Sewell is definitely a part of my family. Everyone, just has this great smile that we are happy to see you. We're so glad you're here. They really care about people, and that's not something you find at every dealership. I love to leave a dealership feeling peaceful, and I've never experienced that until Sewell. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Buick GMC.
Tell us we can't do it. You wouldn't be the first. Every season begins with a dream, and we are paying the price to achieve ours. Sure, it's not easy. That's why we're surrounded by people who've got our backs. So go ahead, tell us we can't do it. Then watch us. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the park.
The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots! The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I actually look forward to car shopping with Sewell because I know that the whole process is going to be seamless, comfortable, and we're going to be taken care of. Buying a car is a big life event. I just felt very relaxed through the whole process. They put us at ease. There wasn't any pressure. It really felt like we were sitting at home trying to buy a car, especially with the cookies. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
Welcome back to the JSX pregame show. This is Will Washington here with Mikey Lamar. JSX, discover crowd-free flying on roomy 30-seat jets. I love the JSX pregame show, Mike. I'm hoping we can get some free flights out of this one.
Yeah,
We'll see how it works here. JSX pregame show. Coming up after this last segment, we're going to send you up to the booth. Russell and Jim will talk to us about tonight's game versus Flower Mound. Marcus and Mike, you can't talk about tonight's game without talking about the weather.
Yeah.
It's a hot one. People have been complaining about it for weeks now. It doesn't really help make it better, but it's 104 degrees right now around game time. So it's
Yeah.
going to be a hot one. And when we were at Highlander Stadium last week, we were measuring the turf.
Yep.
And it was in the 120s, 130s. So
Yeah.
it's a hot one. And, Mikey, that's a big factor in a game like this. I mean, it's not just a cliche to say that your depth really is going to matter and your hydration is really going to matter, your summer conditioning. So it's going to be put to the test early here in the season.
Yeah, I heard they were just pumping liquids last night, getting hydrated for this game. I know the start time of the game was pushed back 30 minutes for the heat, so that's definitely going to factor in. But I know the coaches at Highland Park really stress being hydrated and drinking Pedialyte, water, all the above, pickle juice even. So we'll see how that factors into the game tonight.
Yeah, that's something that they start in the summer. I mean, you don't just start the week of practice hydrating. They were texting these players all summer long. And so tonight, your depth's going to be important. Your conditioning is really going to matter. Mikey, we've got some players who are returning. There's 5 returning starters for the Scots, which means a whole lot of new guys. A lot of times Highland Park is a senior-heavy team. Give us one player who's returning this season that you think is going to make a big impact.
One player that's returning that I think is going to make a big impact has to be Jack Morse for me. Was watching film on him this week, and he can just do everything at linebacker. He can go north south, stop the run really well, get east to west, sideline to sideline, and he can defend the pass. Super athletic in the way he does that. He kind of reminds me of Mac Wilson, Alabama, but just a linebacker who can do a bit of everything and do it all really well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't talk to a player that's been practicing with these guys. You say, hey, who's been looking good? Every one of them will say Jack Morris.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Wilson Axley as a returner that I'm looking out for here this season. Got a lot of meaningful snaps alongside Jay Cox last season at running back. He can play slot receiver. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. A lot of his plays, his big plays actually came from receiving the ball at the running back position. So I can't wait to see how they use him.
Yeah.
When we were watching the scrimmage last week from the sideline, he made some jukes.
Yeah.
They were juking guys out of their cleats.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to see the way that he leads this season and the way they use him. Give us one new player that maybe didn't get a lot of snaps last year that you think is going to be a player to watch this season for the Scots.
For me, you can't go any further than the quarterback position. So I got to say Warren Peck. The quarterback is just so important in football, and especially in this Highland Park offense. It'll be interesting to see how Coach Allen adjusts to having a more pure pocket passer this year as compared to Brennan Storr, was a bit more of a dual threat than Warren is. So it'll be interesting to see how Coach Allen uses him in the offense this year. And I expect great things from Warren. He's very talented and great leader. So I think he's going to excel this year in this offense.
Man, we were impressed with him last week when we were watching the scrimmage. He was making some of these sideline throws that are extremely difficult to make. He was reading the defense well, really spreading the ball out. So I think he's going to have a big night here tonight. I'm going to go with Cormac Carroll, the nose guard. I'm a big Cormac fan. I've been talking to him over the past few weeks, and he's been really talking about how excited he is for this season. I ran into him after the scrimmage. He just lit up talking about how much fun that they're having, and I love seeing a team that's having fun.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, as much as the expectations are there, inside that locker room, you got to have fun together, and I'm seeing Cormac do that. What's interesting about him, Mikey, is he transitioned from being a linebacker.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be playing nose guard, having been a linebacker in the past. So I was asking him, does it help you that you've got a lot of speed, you've got a lot of agility? And he thinks that that's going to be something he could really use as a nose guard. And so with these centers and guards, they're used to playing against maybe some guys that don't have that speed.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what he can do. And we all know that nose guard position really makes that defense
so important.
It's a crucial position. So they're really deep at the D-line in terms of they've got two deep that they're going to be rotating.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to start with him. Now, one guy we got to talk about that we haven't, maybe a new guy to watch, is Charlie Schneider.
Yeah.
He plays baseball for Highland Park. He's a shortstop. He just committed this week to play baseball at High Point University of North Carolina. He had an amazing sideline catch. Check this out. This is on the sideline. Jeremy Beedling, our very own from Game On Sports, got this. Really an incredible catch. He gets it in his legs. And so you got to give the young guy a shout-out right there.
Yeah, great catch, great play. I think we're going to get some big things from Charlie tonight at the X spot on the receiver side.
So I'm excited to see good receiver core. It's going to be fun to see these new guys. They lost some guys they've been playing for a few years, been playing as underclassmen. So this is an opportunity tonight to get some guys some snaps and really see how they're going to contribute throughout the season. And that brings us to our keys to the game tonight.
Yep.
It all starts here, Mikey, the quest for state championship number 7. It's Highland Park versus Flower Mound Marcus. These are our 3 keys to the game. I'm going to start with this one. We're calling it under pressure. And what we mean by that is that this Marcus team, they've got a new quarterback. He's a junior, and we think he's a little bit more of a pure pocket passer.
Yep.
And so just with his youth, talking to the defense this week, these guys are talking about how really they're emphasizing putting him under pressure.
Yep.
And so that's going to be an important thing, to not let him get comfortable and really try to get after him in this game.
Yeah, I think that'll be huge. Dane Parlin coming in as a junior starting quarterback for Marcus. Their starter last year, Cole Welliver, transferred to Argyle Liberty Christian. So Dane's coming in as a first-year starter as a junior. I think important for the Highland Park defense will just be get him off rhythm, get him uncomfortable, as you were saying. That's what the guys were telling us this week, the D lineman guys. They just want to get after him early and often and just kind of keep him out of rhythm. So their defense can get some stops, get some 3-and-outs, even some turnovers.
So second key to the game, we flip to the offensive side. We're saying on schedule.
Yep.
What we mean by that, Mikey, is Warren Peck, it's his first game as a starter. And so talk about what you want to see from him just being on schedule here tonight.
Yeah, staying ahead of the chains is really what that comes down to. Getting yards on first and second down, getting the run game going early, the offensive line just moving the ball. And, yeah, getting yards on first down, whether that's short passing game, the run game. But I think as they do that, as they stay on schedule, it'll take a lot of pressure off of Warren. It'll open up the deep passing game and just the big plays later on.
And our last one here, we're saying the little things. It's the first game of the season. It takes a few games to get it going. So we just want to see them really do these little things well, be disciplined, do the things that their coaches have coached them to do. Mike, we got to end with one of our favorite segments here as we're counting down to the finish line here. It's our picks to click. Every week we're going to make a prediction. We're going to tell you who we think is going to go off on each side of the ball. Mikey, give us your defensive pick to click tonight. Who do you think is going to go off tonight for Highland Park?
I'm going to be watching Wes Giese, starting cornerback, captain of this team. I think Giese Island is founded tonight, and he shuts down the Marcus receiver that he's lined up against all night. Looking for him to have a big game.
And how about that? I'm repping him right here, Wes Giese, on the button right here, Giese Island. I'm going same defense, defensive player. He's also repped right here, number 11, outside linebacker, Wesley Winfield, my boy and fellow Chelsea fan. It's going to be an important thing for this defense. Those outside linebackers are so crucial. They play the run, they play the pass, and so I think he's going to have a big game tonight in the game plan. Mikey, give us an offensive player you think is going to go off here tonight.
I'm going to be watching Bryce Lechkowski. Asked him his last name, how to say his last name, and I think I got that right, Lechkowski. Been hearing that he's going to get a good amount of playing time at Z receiver. He's tall. He's a very good athlete. Played varsity baseball as a sophomore last year. I think I can find him in the vertical passing game this tonight.
And I'm going Steele Tobin, inside receiver, with the way that we think Marcus is going to play defense. I think Steele Tobin's going to be a part of the game plan. I think he can really attack some weaknesses. So I'm going with Steele Tobin. Make me proud, Steele. Boomer Sooner. That'll do it for the JSX pregame show here. Will Washington with Mikey Lamar. We'll be back at halftime to recap the first half. We'll toss it up to the booth right after this.
At Patmos Capital Partners, our focus is on one thing: serving people. Our team is hardworking, humble, and ready to serve our residents and wisely steward our investors' capital. Our firm is focused on buying real assets that appreciate over time. We buy in growing communities with a high amount of job growth and in-migration. With a deep network of broker relationships, we pride ourselves in offering our investors off-market opportunities with attractive, risk-adjusted returns. We add value by employing best-in-class management teams who are dedicated to creating a thriving community by putting its residents first. Our in-house construction teams operate with a high level of detail, speed, and efficiency, and improve our interiors and exteriors with a unique focus on design and new amenities. This allows us to increase revenue and decrease expenses, boosting our bottom line and maximizing our property values. We serve our investors with quarterly distributions, attractive tax advantages, and a hedge against inflation. Interested? Visit patmoscp.com today.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the parks. It's the ball games. And it's the people we get to call neighbors. It's the friendly faces we see on the streets and in our lobby. Because at Benchmark, it's not about numbers. It's about neighbors. Our neighbors. Benchmark has your back. Benchmark Bank, family owned by Texans since 1964.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. The best offense is a good defense. Baker Brothers blocked those surges before they could take it to the house.
That play was electric.
That's right, Jimmy.
Shocking, even?
We get it, Jimmy.
Call now to get this month's electric special.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. The best offense is a good defense. Baker Brothers blocked those surges before.
Sewell is definitely a part of my family. Everyone, just has this great smile that we are happy to see you. We're so glad you're here. They really care about people, and that's not something you find at every dealership. I love to leave a dealership feeling peaceful, and I've never experienced that until Sewell. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Buick GMC.
Tell us we can't do it. You wouldn't be the first. Every season begins with a dream, and we are paying the price to achieve ours. Sure, it's not easy. That's why we're surrounded by people who've got our backs. So go ahead, tell us we can't do it. Then watch us. Vista Bank. Entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the parks, the games, and the friendly faces we see on the streets and in our lobby. Because at Benchmark, it's not about numbers. It's about neighbors. Our neighbors.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I actually look forward to car shopping with Sewell because I know that the whole process is going to be seamless, comfortable, and we're going to be taken care of. Buying a car is a big life event. I just felt very relaxed through the whole process. They put us at ease. There wasn't any pressure. It really felt like we were sitting at home trying to buy a car, especially with the cookies. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Cadillac.
I love the idea that when you pull into
Welcome to Marcus Marauder Stadium. You're watching and listening to Game On Sports. This is Jay Ellis. We have Russell Scott and Jim Castellaw in the booth. I apologize. We are incurring some technical difficulties, but they'll be back up shortly. Until then, I'm going to talk you through what's happening on the field. Coach Allen is leading the Scots. He and his captains approaching their first run through the sign of the year over here on the east side of the stadium. The good news for the Scots is the sun has gone down so that there's mostly shade over here on the Highland Park sideline. And that's going to make a big difference. For those of you in the stadium, you know it's still probably close to 100 degrees. But in the shade, it doesn't feel quite that much. But as all you Scots fans will remember, every year, the first game or two, especially in the heat, cramping and hydration are always an issue. And so this delayed start hopefully will be beneficial for the Scots. And I think Will and Mikey were talking about it in pregame, but I think the Scots have really done a big job this week of hydrating. I imagine there's been pickle juice and maybe even IVs. But you know, the interesting thing is it's difficult to stay hydrated in the heat. It's even more difficult week 1 and week 2 because your adrenaline is so high for game 1. But the great news for Highland Park is the same challenge is set out for Marcus, and these Highland Park Scots are very deep. And I think in the pregame show they were talking a little about the depth of this Highland Park team. It sounds like we're going to go to commercial, and we should have connectivity to the box when we return. So you're listening to and watching Highland Park Scots football.
I love the idea that when you pull into the service garage, your name comes up on the screen. I will always drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at our Dallas and Fort Worth Sewell Infinity locations.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the parks. It's the ball games. And it's the people we get to call neighbors. It's the friendly faces we see on the streets and in our lobby. Because at Benchmark, it's not about numbers. It's about neighbors. Our neighbors. Benchmark has your back. Benchmark Bank, family owned by Texans since 1964.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Highland Park Village, Dallas's premier shopping and dining destination.
Yeah, I'm a monster. I'm a great world wonder. I'm about that action. You don't want no drama. Renegade, you've been a slave, I've been free. No strongholds can't lock me. They'll remember me forever like a memory.
And here we go.
I'm a monster. Are you ready for it now? Ain't nowhere you can run. It's about to go down. I'm a monster. Are you ready for it now? Ain't nowhere you can run. It's about to go down. Are you ready for me now?
I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain. I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain. I am a link in the chain.
I am a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain. I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
I'm a link in the chain.
When you play one of us, you play all of us.
We've done both, new and pre-owned. It's the same experience. It's everything's the same. They make it.
we've talked a lot about this week is the heat and how that's going to be handled tonight. They moved the kickoff back 30 minutes. It's going to be over 100 degrees when we get this game started here in just a couple of minutes.
Right, and I think the athletic trainers for any campus, any school, have been the most sought-after guys this week because we really needed their help to keep these young men safe. I think Coach Allen did a great thing this week. He had 2/3 of his practices in the indoor facility, which is not necessarily cool in and of itself. But then for the last third of practice, they went outside every day, so they got used to the heat. This should not be just a huge shock. You do worry about cramps, though.
Well, and I was going to bring up the topic of cramps because I talked to Coach Allen a little bit about that. We've seen it the last few years, first game or two, that they've had a lot of cramps. He says this year they're trying to work on the players' diet. They're trying to hydrate them. And, he pointed out one of the things is once you get out in the game, if you're not well hydrated, that's going to come back to bite you or to cramp up your leg. Jay Ellis is joining us from the field again this year. And Jake, bring you in as we talk about cramping and dehydration and all of those things.
Yeah, well, Russell, I'm looking here right at the front of the line as the Scots line up for the national anthem, and a couple of them, Richter and Peck, have some of those electronic devices around their necks that keep them cool. And as fathers of kids who've cramped before learn, it's about keeping your body cool so that it doesn't let all of the hydration out quickly through sweat. And so it looks like those two, and I bet some others, have some of these devices around their neck to keep them cool.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jay, the training staff can monitor those. Obviously, maybe not during the game, but they can go back and look at exactly what has happened to get some more information to help them help those kids stay hydrated.
Let's go to our weather report brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems. And weather, well, it's exactly what we expected. It's hot out there, and it's going to stay hot throughout the game tonight. We're at 105 degrees with a wind at about 9 miles an hour, but really it doesn't even look like it's having any kind of effect down on the floor of the stadium right now. The flags are pretty much limp, and it's not going to get much cooler tonight. Our low tonight expected only around 87 degrees.
Right.
And again, our weather update brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems.
But the thing about it is, everybody's playing in the same heat. So and I have tremendous faith in Jay Harris and his staff. They've been doing this a long time, and he's seen some of the cramp problems we've had, and I'm sure he and his staff are prepared for them. Help the kids get in good position.
Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll take a look at Highland Park's starting lineup. A lot of holes to fill on offense and on defense this year, but as the coaches will tell you, it seems like every year those guys get ready and it's next man up, and Highland Park is successful year in and year out doing that. It's just you got so many that are stepping up this year, right?
Yeah, I talked to one of the assistant coaches last night, and he goes, we just don't know how kids are going to play, and I don't think anybody does until you get out there against tough competition. Here comes the national anthem. We'll break for that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you would, please remain standing for our national anthem being performed by the Marcus Marauder Band.
Well, let's take a look at our starting lineup for the Highland Park Scots. We've got a lot of new faces on this offense for Highland Park. And we're going to see Highland Park on offense first. That's what we're getting to, guys, down in the truck. We're trying to get all this worked out, and we're going to the starting lineups right now. So we'll get this to you. On that offensive line, at left tackle, you've got Case Pickelman, a 6'5", 275-pound senior. Right tackle is Grayson Davenport, 6'3", 280-pound junior. Will Ogle and Gage Clark will be your guards tonight. Ogle, 6'4", 290, a junior. Gage Clark, 6'5", 265, a sophomore. And Wyatt Swanner will be in there at center, 6'1", 275 pounds. The wide receivers, 4 new ones this year. Charlie Schneider will start at wide out to the left side. That's the X-receiver, 6'3", 185 senior. Steele Tobin will be in the slot to the left, 5'6", 140-pound scat back senior. And Paxton Smith will be the slot man to the right, 5'11", 165 junior. And Brian Laskowski wide out to the right side, 5'11", 175 junior. And we'll get to the starting backfield in just a moment. Our kickoff tonight is being brought to you by Davidson Bogle. Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business.
Here we go. Nothing like the start of high school football 2023.
This is going to be taken by Highland Park from the 2-yard line. Brought back out to the 20 to the 15-yard line. And that's Laskowski who brings it back all the way near the 25-yard line.
Right.
And that is where Highland Park will start their offense. In the backfield tonight, Wilson Axley is back. He got a lot of playing time last year. 5'10", 195-pound senior. Had almost 300 yards rushing last season. And quarterback is, you just look at quarterback. If you want to draw it up on a picture, he looks like it. Warren Peck, 6'5", 220 pounds, has a great arm. Threw for 275 yards last year. We'll see what they do as Highland Park brings their offense out on the field for the first time here in 2023.
And I tell you, Warren Peck, he can sling that ball around. He throws a pretty ball. Been watching him all week. Does a very nice job.
Actually, no, it's going to be Keller Holmes who will take the handoff on the first play from scrimmage. Little delay play. He jots back over to the left side, picks up 5 yards. And that's going to take it out just across the 30 to the 31-yard line.
Scott's coming with the tempo early with the empty look.
Here we go. Peck wants to throw. He's going to tuck it and run with it. He gets the 35, across the 37, and he'll have the first down out near the 41-yard line. Warren Peck on his first run of the season picks up positive yards, and we've got a first down of the season, and Highland Park's got a player on the ground.
And that's Taylor Haslam for the Marauders making the play finally on Warren Peck after a nice run. Got Case Pickelman down, Scott's offensive captain and left tackle. Pickelman had been playing center for a lot of fall camp and also back in the spring, but with Hill Greenlee's sickness, he moved over to tackle, and we hope he's not injured badly.
Our injury updates to this game are brought to you by Dr. Field Scoville at the Carroll Clinic, orthopedic surgeon, fellowship trained in sports medicine. And Case is up. He's going to walk off under his own power, and that is always a good sign.
One of the interesting new things this year for the Scots, Scots usually don't have a lot of running backs. They got a ton of receivers always, but this year, Coach Ryan Gibbs, he's got a stable of 4 or 5 running backs who can all rotate, filter in there, and add something to the mix.
Stuart Allday has come in at left tackle now for Highland Park. Scots will go with 3 receivers split left, 1 to the right side as the ball spotted to the right hash mark. This time Peck's going to swing it out right side. That's going to be caught on his horse is Keller Holmes. Holmes has another first down as he's all the way across the 50, down inside the 44-yard line. And the Highland Park Scots pick up their second first down and move the chains.
And that's Colin Bain making the tackle for Marcus right there after a nice little run. Warren Peck does a nice job standing in the pocket, sees the blitz coming in his face, just floats the ball over to Keller Holmes, who makes a nice run down the right side.
3-man defensive front for the Marauders right here. They'll have some interesting defensive sets tonight. There's a delay in the pass, and it's caught. And this is going to go to Laskowski, and he's going to go in for the touchdown. Bryce Lazowski
And that's
for the touchdown for Highland Park, and that goes 44 yards.
And he was all alone. Obviously, a blown coverage by the Marcus Marauders. Leskowski running a smash concept. He's the second baseman for the Scots in baseball, and he strikes first, gets the first touchdown of the season for the Scots.
Extra point coming up right here for Highland Park, and in to do the kicking for the Scots is going to be Nick Regas, and it's up and on the way, and it is good. Our extra point tonight being brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard.
Warren Peck doing a nice job standing in the pocket there. The great thing about Warren, he is so tall, 6'5", he can see over most of the offensive linemen with no trouble. And he stands in there unafraid of the blitz, steps into it, and hits Leskowski for the touchdown.
Highland Park made that look really easy.
They really
did. They pick up, 2 or 3 first downs on the drive. It only took them 4 plays to move it downfield. And for an offense that we weren't sure about, looked pretty sure right there, didn't it?
And I liked, the thing I liked on the one play in the drive when the blitz came right into Peck's face, and you always like to see how the quarterback's going to react when it's live and he knows he's going to get hit because they haven't allowed any hitting on the quarterback so far this year. Peck coolly stood in there and just floated the ball over the rushing linebacker, and big gain for Keller Holmes on that play.
Nick Regas getting it teed up right here, and they've got twin safeties back at around the 5-yard line for the Marauders. Our kickoff brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, here to help the traumatically injured individuals, whether on the job or in a significant accident. That is Advantage Healthcare Systems.
Here's our first drive recap of the year. Scots go 74 yards in 4 plays, take 1:06 off the clock. The touchdown, a pass from Warren Peck to Leskowski, and Regas adds the extra point. And with 10:54 to go in the first quarter, it's Highland Park 7, Marcus nothing. That drive recap brought to you by Odelay Tex-Mex.
Charlie Bergeson's going to take the ball from the 5-yard line, brings it out across the 15, and he'll get stopped before he gets back to the 20-yard line. First contact made for Highland Park by Hudson Groth, and Highland Park defense out on the field for the first time tonight.
They're fired up, I know. A lot of questions, but got some experience over it. Henry Richter, captain, coming back at left end. On the other side, junior now, Daniel Turner. Coaches have really loved what he's done. His quickness has improved, and Cormac Carroll, the nose guard, round out the defensive front.
Dane Parlin's directing the offense for the Marauders. Takes a snap, hands it off. Right up the middle goes Kia Keepy, and he'll pick up maybe 2 yards. Now they're going to say he stopped right at the line of scrimmage, so a no gain right there. And Highland Park's defense stops that run on the first play from scrimmage.
Well, the coaches, Russell, were hoping the defensive front could take advantage of the Marcus offensive line. They're big but inexperienced. They do a lot of make a lot of blown blocks.
Pass going to come out into the flat left side. That's caught, and turning it upfield is Carrick Grennan. And Grennan comes across the 25 down to the 26. Andrew Wade in there to make the stop for the Highland Park defense. Wade starting in there at a defensive back position.
And I tell you what, Andrew put the pop on the Marcus receiver out there. He was pinned up along the sideline, and Wade came up and introduced himself very quickly.
Give you that starting lineup coming up right after this play. It's 3rd and short yardage now. Scott's defense last year stopped opponents on 3rd downs at a rate of about 38%. And we've got a flag as the play was snapped. And I think this is going to be a procedure call against the offense. Highland Park players were jumping up and down as they knew what it was going to be.
And Russell, that time the Marauders went to a wildcat look. They brought in Brock Galwatz, the backup quarterback, a little bit better of a runner than Dane Parlin, and now he is back out of the game. Parlin's back in. Obviously,
that part, but because you go into passing situation
passing situation, and I think they feel better with Parlin. He's a scrappy kid, baseball player. He's got a real quick release, like a throw to second base.
How about the Scots showing blitz right up the middle? Let's see if they come on him. Parlin looks left, looks right, snaps his hands, here they come.
Pressure.
He's in trouble, rolls off to the right side. Parlin looking downfield. He'll tuck it and keep it, gets the first down, and he's across the 35, near the 37 before he's shoved out of bounds in front of the Highland Park bench.
Well, that's a teaching moment right then. Scots really looked like they were going to come and be in Parlin's face and for the sack, but they lost contain over on the left side. And when Parlin gets outside, he's a very capable runner. As I said, scrappy young quarterback. The Marauders lost last year's starter and starting tight end to transfer.
Here we go. Play action this time. Parlin throws right. This is going to be caught. It's going to be about a 9-yard pickup down near the 44-yard line. And that's Cooper Campbell who made the catch for Highland Park. Anders Korn defending. And Jack McCullum was there as well for the Scots. And that's going to bring 2nd and 2 now for the Marauders. For Highland Park up on that defensive line, again, you've got Richter, Turner, and Comac Carroll. Linebackers are Winfield, Morse, Allen, and Korn.
Oh,
here's a handoff, trying to get it off right tackle, and he's going to be stopped behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
Henry Richter is up there to make first contact and bring down the running back. And that's going to be nothing on that.
Well, Jack McCollum's coming on a corner blitz right there. Coach Bobby Leitner dialing up a little different look right there. McCollum comes, forces the running back inside, and Richter, who had made penetration and was on the ground, sticks his big arm out and brings the running back down.
That was Keely Keepy on the carry that time for a loss of 1. Now 3rd down coming up right here. Trip receivers off to the left side this time for the Marauders. And we've got a whistle and a procedure call against the offense. And again, Golwas was in there at quarterback. And this is going to be against Marcus again. Twice they've tried to go to the Wildcat. Twice they've been penalized. And they'll go back to their regular offense now as Dane Parlin checks back in. The Marauders this year under the direction of Coach Mike Alexander. It's his first year to take over. Spent the last 6 years coaching Grapevine.
Oh, the umpire goes down.
A little bit different. Mike Ritchie just got clobbered in the Highland Park secondary.
He's the umpire behind.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the umpire
behind the offensive line, and I don't know if he got hit or just tripped, but he went down hard, and it takes you a little while to get your composure back. I think he's okay now. Here we go.
It's going to be 3rd down coming up right here. 8 needed for a first down. Highland Park again shows blitz. Trip receivers out left side, 1 to the right. Parlin may be changing the play. Snap it back. Parlin trying to set up a screen on the near side. That got batted out of the air. Coming through there for the Scots is Anders Korn. 2nd big play we've seen from him, and he tips the pass. And a 4th down coming up right here in a punting situation for Marcus.
And Russell, I've watched in practice how hard the defense works on that right there. When the quarterback starts to drift, they sniff out screen right now. And if you were watching this on the replay or here in the stands, you saw Scott's defensive front took about 2 steps upfield, then they turned and were ready to sprint to the ball, even though it was batted down.
Brock Golwas is the punter for Marcus. For Highland Park, Steele Tobin will do the return chores. He'll stand around his own 27.
Tobin is dangerous. Keep your eye on him.
Here comes the kick. It's going to be low. Tobin lets it bounce once. He'll pick it up from the 22. Takes it up the left side of the field. And he'll get drug out of bounds right or just short of the 35-yard line. And Highland Park's offense up 7-0. Gets the ball back with 8:34 to play here in this first quarter.
I mean, Tobin is fun to watch as a receiver because he's your classic slot receiver, quick moves, reminds you of one of the Dickinson boys, but he's even more fun to watch on the return on the punts. He had 12-yard return there, but before long, Steele Tobin's going to bring one back all the way.
Our first quarter replay sponsor this quarter is Origin Bank, providing trusted legal counsel and advice since 1917. Origin Bank, our replay sponsor for the first quarter of Scots football tonight. Game of the season, Scots opening up against Marcus again. Last year they beat the Marauders 38-24 back at Highlander. That was the first time these two teams had ever played. Highland Park from their own 34-yard line. Peck's going to hand it off. Axley's going to take it. He'll pick up about 2, not much more than that. He ran into a bunch of red jerseys. Leading the way, Matthew Bryant, one of the outstanding players back at 49 tackles last year.
He's their anchor. Scott's hurrying up again.
Peck to throw, has a receiver, and it's nice defensive play right there to slap the ball away, but they're going to say he got there too quick. And a penalty is going to be called against Cam Kennedy. And Highland Park will get the benefit of this and a first down.
Yeah, Cam Kennedy was draped on the back of Charlie Snyder, and Warren Peck and Snyder almost come up with the catch anyway, but the officials right there to make the call. Russell, you were talking a minute ago about the defensive front. Probably the strength of the Marcus defense is their defensive down linemen, and they got one of their D1 commits not even playing tonight, but Matthew Bryant, their anchor, number 48, is a guy to keep an eye on. Grayson Davenport did a great job on him that previous play, so watch that matchup.
Move the chains, and Highland Park has it in Marcus territory. Here's Peck to throw, a little inside screen. That's going to be complete, and Highland Park's got another first down. Steele Tobin showed his speed right there as he jitterbugged out of traffic and back inside, picks up the first down near the 38-yard line.
And once again, a unblocked rusher right in Warren Peck's face, and he calmly again just floats the ball out to Tobin and says, do your thing. Like what we're seeing so far out of Warren Peck.
5 first downs now for Highland Park. This is going to be first down again from the 38-yard line. 3 receivers to the top of your screen. Peck's got some time. Now he's going to float off to the left side. Rears back, throws into the end zone, and it's going to be knocked away. Brock Golwas was the secondary man, the safety back there, who simply raised his hands up. Steele Tobin was the intended receiver, and that thing hit him in the back.
Yeah, and Tobin was getting to the back of the end zone anyway, so it's not like Warren could have thrown it a lot farther. But the defender for Marcus just is quite lucky right there.
Second down and 10 for Highland Park. 2 wide receivers to either side. This time Axley's in the backfield with Warren Peck.
Parker Addison in at the slot, giving Steele Tobin a rest.
Play signaled in. Peck, 2-step drop. Now he's going to step up in the pocket, tuck it and keep it. Runs away from the linebackers. Will get a first down. He's inside the 20, inside the 10. He's down near the 5-yard line before he's shoved out of bounds on the Highland Park sideline.
Wow, what a run. Hey, this is great stuff, seeing this from Warren Peck. Everybody knew he was going to have an arm, but I think a lot of people wondered, was he going to be able to scramble and make a run like that? 32 yards, first down inside the 10-yard line. And great job. Warren Peck, who's dropped 40 pounds since last year in an effort to help his quickness, and you're seeing the benefits of it right there.
Scott's into the red zone, brought to you by Shelby Automotive. From the 6-yard line, first and goal to go, Highland Park. They'll go with 2 in the backfield. Running back stand to either side of quarterback Warren Peck. He's going to turn, hands it off, and Keller Holmes grinds his way into the end zone.
Wow.
First down and touchdown, Highland Park.
And great lead block up front by Will Ogle, from his running mate buddy, Wilson Axley, with help also from Will Ogle and Allday, who is taking Pickleman's place at left tackle. Nice power running inside right there by Keller Holmes.
Touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, proudly supporting the Highland Park Scots since 1999. Nick Regas on to kick the extra point. It's up and on the way, and it is good. And the Scots have now extended their lead out 14-0 on the Marcus Marauders. Let's take another look at that touchdown.
Wilson Axley, good block on the safety. And Axley is not that big, but he had great form right there and was able to help Keller Holmes pound in the end zone.
You know, talking to Coach Allen this week, I asked him, you think everybody's ready to go? And he said, yes. He said, these guys are looking forward to getting out there and getting to hit somebody besides their teammates.
Right. Well, I'm telling you this. I've watched these guys. They don't have a guy that you say, oh, he's the star. He's going to make everything happen. But they've got a bunch of guys who just work their rear ends off. And that's to a man, every coach I talk to says, this is one of the hardest working groups of young men that I've ever seen. And it's impressive. And great things can happen if you work that hard all year long. And like I say, to this point, from what I've seen, people ought to go out and watch workout because they do not take it easy on each other. They work hard, make sure everybody's accountable, and again, when you do that, great things can happen.
Nick Regas to kick off for Highland Park. Our kickoff's brought to you by Davidson Bogle. Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business.
Quick drive recap for the Scots. They go 66 yards in 5 plays, take 57 seconds off the clock. The touchdown, 6-yard dive by Keller Holmes, reaches as an extra point. And with 7:37 to go in the first quarter, Highland Park 14 and Marcus nothing. Drive recap brought to you by Odelay.
Carrick Grennan bobbles the football, picked it up at the 1, won't get out to the 10. In fact, he's going to be stopped at the 6-yard line. Highland Park's kick coverage team gets down there leading the way for the Highland Park Scots.
That's Hatcher Kelser making the play down inside the 10-yard line. And I tell you what, Marcus shooting themselves in the foot. They've had a couple of penalties that pushed them back from getting the first down. Scott's defense did their job, took advantage of it. Now the fumble on the kickoff at the goal line puts Marcus starting their drive just outside the 5-yard line.
Statistically, the Marauders will start at the 5-yard line.
That's because Mike Maccabee likes it that way.
Yeah, exactly. If I say 6, he'll turn around and hit me. 7:33 to play first quarter. Scott's up by 2 touchdowns. And again, Parlin's in at quarterback.
But the official is having a long conversation with the Marcus quarterback.
Parlin's going to stand just inside the field of play. 1 step back and he'll be in his own end zone. That's where he's going to throw from. Wheels it out to the right side, and this is Carrick Grennan. And he'll get out near a first down. He's going to be stopped right around the 15. Anders Korn again comes in there to make the tackle for Highland Park. And I tell you what, we've said his name more than anybody's tonight so far. Anders Korn in a linebacker, outside linebacker, 6'2", 205-pound junior.
Right, and Coach Bobby Leidner talked to me last night about him. He said we don't know yet, but we were hoping for great things out of Anders.
Parlin turns, hands it off. Running play is going to go right up the middle, and there. To Marcus, within 8 of the Scots with the extra point to come.
Well, early in the year, you're going to see plays like that where, if this team is like any other Scots team, they're going to get better and better at those show yardage situations. But again, be it that they haven't been able to hit a lot to keep people healthy, those are learning experiences early in the year.
Owen Gall to come on and try the extra point. Kicks up and on the way. He's got plenty of leg, and it is good. Makes it a 14-7 ball game. First quarter here at Marauder Stadium with the Scots leading 14-7. But I'll tell you what, Marcus shows that they're not giving up. They're not giving in. They take that from their own, 5-yard line, 6-yard line?
Yeah. If I'm Coach Bobby Leiden over there, I'm saying, guys, you cut out the big play, and we're probably still pitching a shutout. But big plays inspire the fans, inspire the kids. It gets them rolled, gets them pumped up and rolling. And usually the Scots are going to be very good at limiting those big plays, forcing people to drive the length of the field.
Yeah, that big play was 71 yards on a run by Kilikipi. And Pat Sauer is down in the stands right now, and I believe he's with Steele Tobin's parents.
No, actually, hey, guys, I'm with Toby Trotter, former Highland Park coach. He's been away from us a few years. Tell us what you've been doing, Coach, and what it's like sitting up here as opposed to being on the sideline.
Well, right now I'm pacing because in the first time in 22 years I'm not on the sideline, so it's a little awkward for me. But, yeah, we moved back about 6 months ago, wanted to be back in our Highland Park family, and it's been awesome ever since. So left here in 18 when Coach Allen kind of retired, and been to some different spots coaching, and then now we're coming back to be with our people.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have your beautiful family back here at Highland Park, and you got your first senior, and you're my first interview of 2023. Way to go, Toby.
I'm excited. Go Scots, and Scotty's always find a way.
There you go, guys.
There you go. Good.
All right.
Good guy. I can sympathize with him because I remember having quit coaching, and then all of a sudden sitting in the stands. It's a different feeling, and you end up walking just all the time.
Right. Still gives the signals in, thinks he's calling the plays and defense.
Well,
and whatnot.
I imagine he knows what the defense is calling because he was the defensive secondary coach.
Well, he probably knows what the offense is going to do since his son is now a backup quarterback.
Exactly.
It is time for our kickoff, and our kickoff is being brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, here to help the traumatically injured individuals, whether on the job or hurt in a significant accident. Owen Gall has it teed up. He'll kick from right to left here at Marauder Stadium. Highland Park's got single safety deep, and this is going to go to one of the outside men, and this is going to be taken by Laskowski.
Here we go.
He'll bring it out across the 25, clear the 30, and then he gets tattooed right about the 31-yard line. But he jumps up quickly and is headed off the field.
That's Grayson Patrick for Marcus with the face-up tackle on Laskowski, but a nice return outside the 30-yard line. Let's see if the Scots can keep the momentum going. We'll see if Alday's still in it. Left tackle, or if Pickleman hopefully has come back. Alday's still in at left tackle, and Coach Wells and Coach Farnsley had spoken about the sophomore, said at some point we're going to need him to step in there, and Alday gets a chance early with the Pickleman injury.
Cannon Spackman is coming in at wide receiver. He'll line up wide to the right side. Scots will send 3 to the left side. And Peck wants to throw. He's in trouble. Now he's going to throw it downfield and completes it out to Paxton Smith. And Smith has it right around the 37-yard line. That's going to be about a 6-yard pickup for the Highland Park Scots.
That's Arinzi Kasakpala making the play. I think I got it. You've been coaching me. We've been working on some of these names, and
he's got a twin brother plays on the other side of the football too.
There you go. I'll let you have the next one.
Second down and 4 coming up right here. Ball's at the 37-yard line. Again, trip receivers out to the left side for the Scots. That's the wide side of the field. Peck calls for the ball. Hands it off. And this is going to be Wilson Axley.
Oh, nice
Axley found a seam. He's got a first down. He's into Marauder territory and inside the 40 and down near the 37-yard line.
Whoa, how about those shoulder leans by Axley? He looked like driving a race car. The Scots come with a little stretch play to the left side. Good block by Alday and Ogle up front. But a nice lean and by Axley to explode down inside the 40-yard line of Marcus.
That's going to be a 26-yard run. Highland Park now has recorded 3 big plays in this game. Big plays being defined as those 20 yards or more. Here's Peck again to throw. Tries to dump this one down inside. It's going to be incomplete. Last year, the Scots had 4 big plays against Marcus. They've already got 3 tonight.
And again, like Jay mentioned, Warren Peck showing some good mobility. He's moving. He's sliding in the pocket. He's had a good run breaking out of of a rush. And right there, again, good job sliding his feet to his right, giving himself time to throw. The offensive linemen love that because they know they can count on it. If there's a problem with one rusher, it's not going to mean a sack.
Peck calls for the snap. Steps back, wants to throw. He sets up wide to set up a screen. That one is smelled out. Coming in there to make the tackle is Wesley Jordan. Actually just had no place to go once he made the catch.
Well, we talked about the Scots defensive front quickly recognizing screen. Give credit where it's due to Marcus right there. As soon as they cleared the Highland Park offensive line, they knew immediately some screen was coming, and they broke to Axley.
It's going to be a loss of 2. Highland Park this time is going to go empty set. 3rd down and about 12 needed for a first. They've got to get down to the 27-yard line. First 3rd down play for Highland Park tonight.
Nice protection.
Peck's got time. Now he starts right, will throw on the run, and it's complete. Down at the 22, turn it upfield, and a great cut made by Tobin, and he's into the end zone.
Steele
Tobin with a beautiful run after the catch, and Highland Park tacks on another 6. 39 yards.
How about that for Warren Peck, doing it again, sliding out of the pocket. Nobody's open early on, but he slides to his right. It just makes a little dart play. Looks like he's throwing a dart to Steele Tobin, who looks like he's going to be tackled about the 15-yard line, and Tobin puts a move on and gets in the end zone.
Extra point coming up right here, and it's up and on the way, and it is good. Our extra point brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title. 4:34 to play in the first quarter. Highland Park's up 21-7. And our kickoff coming up right here momentarily. We got a partial look at the replay. I'm not sure if this is going wrong just in the booth, but we get about 5 seconds of video and then it's gone. So I'm not sure what we're seeing.
Well, and Steele Tobin, Gene. Again, it looks like he's going to just catch the ball, step out of bounds, and then he plants that right foot in the ground and breaks back inside. And I think he fooled the entire Marcus defense.
Let's go down to Pat Sauer. He's got a special guest.
Gene Tobin. There you go, man.
Hey, guys, I've got Gene Tobin here, Steele's dad. Gene, what a way to start the season, huh?
Oh, it's just he's so excited. We're so excited for the team. You know, they've been working hard for a long time. It's just this is a good start.
A bunch of good targets out there, a lot of speed out there. It's great to be a part of that, isn't it?
It is, and they're passing the ball around a lot, like Randy Allen does. I think this is a really good start. I think it's going to be a great season.
All right, thanks a lot, Gene. Good luck this year.
Thanks. Thank you.
5 receivers already tonight have caught passes for Highland Park as they lead 21-7. And our kickoff coming up right here for the Scots.
Hard to believe.
It's another high end-over-end kick. It's going to be taken on the far side by Carrick Grennan. And Grennan's got a big seam. Boy, he's got a lot of running room in front of him. He'll make it all the way across the field, down to the 30, breaks a tackle at the 25, and he will return this for a touchdown.
Wow.
We got a flag thrown around the 10-yard line.
Let's see if we get a block in the back. Might give the Scots an opportunity to bring this back. Let's see. It looked like Regas was going to be able to make the play on the sideline about the 35-yard line, but the running back puts a move on, and to give him credit, he gets all the way in the end zone. But let's see what the penalty is.
Looking at the coaching
Looks
staff
like we got
Marcus.
Another penalty out at the 37-yard line.
Maybe against the Marauders.
Well, I'd like offsetting. How about that? Wouldn't you take that?
Yes. There's Mike Alexander, the head coach for Marcus.
He is out past the numbers, screaming at the officials.
Wow. I'll tell you what, he has gotten animated.
He is trying to stick up for his team. I know what he's doing, but he's about to cross the line.
Got the signal from the referee. I think it was
Is it a block in the back?
I don't know.
I think it's going to offset, and we're going to kick all over again. Couldn't be a better outcome for the Scots. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to re-kick this.
So they're going to.
I think the penalty was against Marcus.
Scots are going to take the penalty that's most advantageous to them, which would be the one not inside the 10, but at the 37. We didn't get it. We see the replay, but we didn't get a look at the possible infraction. So it should be a 15-yard penalty from the Highland Park 37-yard line. Push the ball back on the Marcus side of the 50 if that's the case.
No, it looks like it's going to be, at the Marcus.
Or is it a 10-yard penalty?
At the Highland Park. I'm sorry, at the Highland Park 38, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's they're moving it again.
Highland Park 47. So some type of holding for a 10-yard penalty, some type of holding took place right at the 37. And so because of that, the long touchdown run comes back off the board, gives the Highland Park defense a chance.
On first down for Marcus, trip receivers out to the left side. They'll throw to the left. That's going to be caught immediately. Rhett Garza made the catch. He'll dodge his way up to the 40-yard line. That's going to be a 7-yard pickup. Josh Allen comes in to make the tackle.
And Wes Giese. Yeah, John Allen and Wes Giese there to make the hit. Again, that little trips stop route. Garza is a very dangerous receiver. He hurt Jesuit last week in the scrimmage on 3 plays.
Second down now, about 3 needed for a first. Play action this time, and they want to throw it. Parlin looks downfield. He completes it, and that's going to be enough for the first down. That's Gaelic Grennan who made the catch, spun down inside the 30-yard line.
Yeah, Scots are going to bring a couple of offensive players over to help on the defensive side of the ball when they need it. Laskowski in on the defensive side of the ball playing some corner, and you'll also see Cooper Schindel at safety at some point.
From the Scots 29, we had somebody jump on the offensive line. That was the right guard, Matthew Wallet, and that's going to mark off yardage.
Scott's trying to roll some of their defensive linemen right now. Richter's in the game. Number 95, Clay Green at the nose. Number 90 is Jonah Chawan.
5 penalties for 40 yards against the Marauders tonight. Highland Park has yet to be flagged. They've got stacked receivers out right side. That's going to be caught by that second receiver. Jukes in and then outside, and Grennan is going to be close to that first down marker. Excuse me. He is close to getting back to the original line of scrimmage.
And you see a lot of the Marcus offense is just going to be get the ball to your skill guy in a stack look like we see right here to the left and let him do his thing.
5 yards on the play. Gets them back to 2nd and 10 now. They'll turn, hand it off. Keelekepe, and he finds a little bit of a seam. Able to run out of a tackle at about the 23. Gets down to the 21. And coming in there to make the tackle is Jackson McKinley for Highland Park. Third down and very short yardage now for the Marauders.
3rd and 1. Marcus going hurry up. Let's see, they got their heavy package in to the left.
2:27 to play first quarter. Highland Park up 21-7. Defense trying to hold right here. Keelekepe goes left side, picks up the first down. He gets drugged down right at the 15-yard line. And among those coming off the pile is Wesley Winfield and also Daniel Turner.
And that's something the Scots will get better at as the year progresses. One of the hardest things once you go live for the first time is getting off blocks and not getting tied up with the offensive lineman. And right now, Scots are getting held up just a little too long and missing the play at the line.
Fake the handoff. Parlin wants to roll right. He was under a lot of pressure, and the pass is going to be incomplete. That's Wesley Winfield, who was applying the pressure to the quarterback, forced a bad pass. Cooper Campbell, the intended receiver out there. That's going to bring 2nd and 10.
And that's what you want right there. Good stop on first down, especially on a pass play. Makes it 2nd and long. I appreciate Russell Scott reminding us we got electricity up here. We can turn the lights on every now and then.
Here we go. Play action. Throw into the right corner. That's going to be caught. Drug out of bounds immediately. On the catch is Campbell again. And defending him out there is Bryce Laskowski. Laskowski.
Brings up 3rd down and about 4, just inside the 10-yard line. Great opportunity here for the Scots. Get a stop, force a field goal. Look at the stack look again.
Got those 3 receivers off to the left side. They've got a running back set to the right of the quarterback. Highland Park showed blitz. Here they come. Quarterback's going to keep it around the right side. Yep. That's Brock Golwas, the backup quarterback in there, who runs more than Dane Parlin does.
Jack Morris, number 49, comes out of the pile, holding his hands up with a fist, signifying 4th down. So it's about 4th and 2 for Marcus. And let's see. It looks like they're going to go for it. No, kicker's out there. So let's see if they do kick it, and the Scots have been able to force a field goal.
Looks like they are going to bring the kicker out there. That's Owen Gall who will try this, and that's going to be a 23-yard field goal. It's low. It's a line drive, and it's good. Owen Gall with the field goal. Officially, it's going to be a 24-yard field goal with 1:04 to play in the first quarter. As the Scots lead now 21-10.
I know it's the first game of the year, but does it not seem like this has been an incredibly long first quarter?
Very long.
Which I love football, but it just seems like we should be almost to halftime.
45 minutes so far since the kickoff. There's head coach Randy Allen. Entering his 25th season as Highland Park's head coach. I asked him the other day, when you got here back in, 98, 99, 98?
You got here in 99.
99.
Yep.
I said, did you think you'd be here for a while? And he said, I thought if I could make it 3 years, I'd be doing good.
Yep.
I think he's done okay.
I think so.
I think averaging 10.5 wins a season for 24 years is pretty good.
If you watch him in practice too, he's still got the spring in his step. I mean, there's a lot of coaches that when they get to the latter stages of their career, they kind of just oversee everything. Well, Coach Allen, he is coaching. He's out there, working with guys and running from here to there, and you can just tell he still loves it.
Jay Ellis just corrected me. Jay, you're right. At Highland Park, he's averaged 11.5 wins per season. For his 42 years as a head coach, he's averaged at 10.6.
Think about that. I mean, that you can average 11 wins. They're going to let that go in the end zone for a touchback. But as an average, you've won 11 games. Yes.
On average, 2 games deep into the playoffs every single year.
Yes. And they are consistently, going to do that. And it's funny. All the writers, all the newspapers, they may not pick the Scots to win the state championship, but they always pick them to win the district. And
pick them to win the district again this year too.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll lose 2, but we'll win a state championship to make up for it.
Here we go for Highland Park.
There it is.
Pass down low, and there's running room right there. Out to the 30, 35, 40. Charlie Snyder's got running room, and he's all the way into Marauder territory down near the 27. Wesley Jordan finally caught up with him, but Charlie's showing some speed right there as he gets into the open field. Let's take a look at the highlight on the replay.
We don't have it. I'll tell you, Charlie Snyder running from his X spot, a drag route all the way across the field. Linemen have to really give Warren Peck a lot of time to get it there, but it ends up being a 46-yard gain for the Scots, and Charlie Snyder, first catch of the year.
That's 5 plays of 20 yards or more for Highland Park tonight alone. Again, Peck wants to throw. He's got a receiver coming across. That's Tobin. And he's going to get bounced out of bounds inside the 15, put him out right at the 12. Coming across defensively was a couple of different people.
Cam Canada coming in to make the hit. Well, all the crossing routes have really opened up for the Scots in this drive. Schneider and then Steele Tobin coming back the other way. And again, for those long routes to work, the offensive line has to do their job. And Gage Clark, Davenport, Swanner, Ogle, and All Day doing their job right there.
Scots already have 174 yards passing in this game. Here's Axley coming around the right side. He's in for the touchdown. Wilson Axley with his first rushing touchdown of 2023.
And there's a flag down. Let's see what it is. May have a holding call.
It looks like it's going to go against Highland Park. That'll be their first penalty of the game.
Which is amazing for your first game of the year that we're this deep into the game when this many points scored. Scots that was the first penalty. But what a beautiful run again by Wilson Axley. When he gets out there and puts his foot in the ground, turns upfield, he accelerates so quickly. Really, some of the Marcus players were like, where'd he go?
Going to move Highland Park back to the 17-yard line. So 1st and 15.
Spackman, Addison in on the right side. Tobin and Snyder on the left.
Swanner out over the football. He'll do the snapping chores right here. Peck snaps his hand, takes the football, fakes the pass, he'll hand it off. Axley's going right up the middle. Axley gets hit at the 6. He'll get down near the 5-yard line before he's going to be wrestled to the turf. And Highland Park will have 2nd down and about 3 needed for a first and about 4 or 5 needed for a touchdown.
Well, that's a beautifully run draw. Peck takes the ball and takes a look at the defense, kind of freezes everybody, and then hands it off to Axley. He gets good blocking out in front from his big right tackle, Grayson Davenport, upfield, and pounded in close.
That's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. Finally, we'll get an injury update from Jay Ellis when we come back. But first, we'll take a timeout. It's Highland Park 21, Marcus 10, and we're back right after this.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the parks, the games, and the friendly faces we see on the streets and in our lobby. Because at Benchmark, it's not about numbers, it's about neighbors, our neighbors.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Highland Park Village, Dallas's premier shopping and dining destination.
I put a lot of mileage on my car, so I am practically at Sewell every 3 months. Every single time that I go, it's amazing. Everybody is welcoming, everybody is professional, everybody is kind. It's just like easy, fast, right to the point. You're in, you're out. Cannot imagine being with anybody else but Sewell. Their customer service is absolutely flawless. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified vehicles at our Dallas and Fort Worth Sewell Lexus locations.
It's the Baker Brothers replay. Team Baker Brothers scored a big one with its touchdown tune-up.
That unit sure has some cool moves.
I'll admit it, Jimmy. That's one super shuffle.
Free smart home thermostat with a new Lennox AC system.
Well, second quarter just about ready to get underway. Highland Park in the first quarter, 267 yards of total offense on 17 plays. Marcus, 19 plays, 169 yards.
Scott's in there heavy set. Richter in at one of the tight ends.
Here we go. Peck's going to keep it himself, and boy, he got tattooed right at the 4-yard line. We've got a flag thrown in the backfield. He got hit hard. Drew Trentham comes in there to make the tackle, a high tackle right about shoulder high. And, boy, he just bounced
that will definitely
Warren back.
That will definitely motivate Warren to get a little lower when you're inside the 10-yard line.
Our replays this quarter being brought to you by HP Wealth Partners, real guidance for real people. Let's get an injury update with Jay Ellis.
After Steele Tobin's touchdown earlier, he went straight to the bench over to Case Pickleman. Case Pickleman has an elbow injury, and I'm told he won't be returning tonight. But I'd love to tell you all a little more about how Tobin went over to comfort his teammate.
An injury update brought to you by Dr. Phil Scoville at the Carroll Clinic. Here's Peck again to throw. This time looks left. It's completed. That's going to be Snyder. He'll turn it back upfield, gets inside the 5, tackled right near the 3. And again, it's going to be Trentham who makes the tackle, and Snyder does a nice job coming back to get the football from his quarterback, and Highland Park's got a tight set.
Hurry up.
Heavy formation. Everybody in tight. Quarterback's going to keep it himself, and there's the push, and he's in for the touchdown.
Oh.
Wow.
Hey,
there's Warren Peck
and I think
on the rushing touchdown.
I'm not sure I've seen that from the Scots. Do you remember a heavy set where everybody's getting behind the quarterback and pushing him in? Yeah, it's just rugby strong is exactly what it is.
That touchdown brought to you by Lilly Promotions, been supporting the Scots since 1999.
With Highland Park's big offensive line, it's a great decision by Coach Allen.
Extra point is up and on the way. It's brought to you by Brett Kennedy and Peter McGuire with Kensington Vanguard National Title, and it is good, and it is now 28-10 Highland Park.
You know, Coach Allen been looking at the Eagles and Jalen Hurt, who employ that play almost every time they have a short yardage situation.
By the way, our sideline reports tonight are being brought to you by Macero, Mexican Spirit, American Life, and speaking of that, I believe Pat Sauer may have another somebody in the stands. Let's go down to Pat.
Important person.
Hello, Scots fans. I've got David Peck here, Warren Peck's dad. Warren is having an outstanding night. I think he's missed one pass tonight. Just scored that last touchdown. How many yards does he have right now, Mike Maccabee?
Nope, sorry. 174.
134 yards, 174 yards passing already tonight. David, talk to us a little bit about what it is like to be the dad of a Highland Park Scott quarterback.
We are so proud of Warren. He is just incredibly dedicated, and we're very proud of him. When I was putting my fantasy team together, I was really debating because Marcus is a great team and their quarterback's really good. And so I didn't know if I was going to start Warren or the Marcus. and Mrs. Peck graduated from Marcus High School, but thankfully for my team, I started Warren Peck. He's doing great. We're really proud of him.
There you go. It's nice to have a senior that sticks around in the program.
Mom went to Marcus. Wow.
Here's Nick Regas to kick off for the Scots. This is going to be a low one. Boy, it was fielded right at the 22-yard line by one of the upbacks. He'll bring it right up the middle across the 40 down to the 41-yard line.
That's brought down by Will Heinrich.
James Lancaster on the return.
And so James Lancaster and then Will Heinrich on the tackle. Yep. We'll get that drive recap here in just a minute after the first play here.
From the 41-yard line, 11:20 to play in the second quarter. Highland Park up 28-10. Scots bring in Hank Lee at an outside linebacker position.
That was a defensive end, I think.
3 down linemen for the Scots. Pass out left side. That's going to be dropped. It was Charlie Bergeson had the pass in his hands, trying to run a little bit too quickly.
And Jack Steed, out number 77, outside linebacker for the Scots, bearing down on him. It could have been he saw Steed coming and coughed it up. But we've seen him some of the backups in now for the Scots, giving them some experience.
Second down and 10 now for the Marauders. They'll turn. They're going to give it to Kealakepe, and he's going to get nowhere. He won't even get back to the line of scrimmage. Jack Steed grabbed him around the waist and just slung him down. Jack Morris was there as well.
Jack Morris was the first one in the backfield right there and pushed him over to Steed, and Steed finished him off. Right, Cormac Carroll may have just gone out of the game, but he was really pounding the Marcus offensive center. Carroll, if you recall, played some defensive line and some linebacker last year, but he's found a home at its nose guard.
Carter Noonan has come in and right in for the Scots, and on third down and very short yardage, Marauders getting the play signaled in from the sideline.
Looks like backers
2
coming.
for 4 on third down conversions tonight. Snap is back. Parlin wants
Pressure
to throw.
Coming.
Throws left side, has a receiver wide open, and he just overthrew him. Intended out there for Grennan.
Rector on the pressure. Russell, let me go back for that drive recap. The Scots last score, 75 yards in 5 plays. Took set 2:21 off the clock. The touchdown, 3-yard keeper by Warren Peck. Regis has the extra point, and it's 28-10. Highland Park over Marcus.
This will be the second punt for the Marcus Marauders. Their first punt went for 40 yards. Highland Park has nobody deep. Now they've got a deep back. They've got Tobin Steele back there. The punter just does get this off. Steele's going to field it from the 20-yard line.
Here we go.
Takes it back all the way across the field. Shakes a tackle at the 30. Reverses course once, twice, and 3 times. And there he's going to be tackled at the 39-yard line. But, man, every time Tobin Steele gets the ball, it's fun.
Can you say jitterbug is Steele Tobin? I make the same mistake. But he is fun to watch, and he can cut on a dime.
Scott's going to take over. It was a 19-yard return. Highland Park will have it at their own 39-yard line.
Let's see.
Scots in that first quarter had the ball for 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Flower Mound Marcus had it for 7:17.
And Cooper Schindel in at running back for the Scots, along with Keller Holmes. Getting a look right there. Offensive line looks to be the same, again, with Allday at left tackle, and that's still for Pickleman.
2 running backs in the backfield for the Scots. This time they're going to turn, hand it off. This is going to be
Schindel.
No, it's not actually.
Schindel.
It's
21.
Schindel.
Yes. And Schindel, he has been impressive in practice. I mean, he changes direction much like Steele Tobin does, but from a running back position. And to give you a little bit idea of his versatility, they're looking at him at some in the secondary as well. Haven't seen him over there yet, I don't believe. But watch out for Cooper Schindel. Again, the Scots with a huge stable of running backs this year.
2nd down and 6 coming up right here. Play action. Peck wants to throw. He's in trouble. He's going to be brought down. He'll get maybe half a yard, not more than that. It is not going to be a sack. It's Tony Lee who came up from the defensive line to make the tackle and sling him down. And it's going to go down statistically as a no-gainer.
And Wyatt Swanner didn't appreciate Tony Lee laying on top of his quarterback any longer than he had to and pushed him out of the way and helped Warren up. That's a center.
Tony Lee looks like he's about 6'3", 215.
Looks like blitz is coming. Backers are up. See if the Scots offensive line picks it up.
Here we go on 3rd down. Swing it out near side. That's going to be caught. Schindel. Schindel's got a nice run as he cut back to the center of the field, all the way down inside the 45-yard line. They'll spot it at the 43.
Coming up to make the play, it was number 44, Jacob Knutson for Marcus. But again, the screen pass, Coach Allen really taking advantage of the hard rush up field by Marcus and floating the ball out there, this time to Schindel. And again, very talented running back. We're going to see a lot of him this year.
2 wide receivers to either side this time for Highland Park. And again, Swanner out over the football to snap it back. Peck claps his hands. Takes the snap, 2-step drop, looks downfield, lofts this one downfield.
Beauty.
It's caught. That's going to be a big first down for Highland Park. And Parker Addison makes his first catch of the night, the 6th or 7th receiver for Highland Park tonight to receive a ball.
And Warren Peck puts the ball right on the money. Parker Addison just on a little flag route, coming out of his slot position.
7th different receiver for the Scots to catch a pass here in the first half.
You know, one thing, if you watch Warren Peck in practice, he is incredibly accurate dropping the ball in, and we've seen a lot of that tonight. Not many miscues.
Three-man defensive front for the Marauders. Snap it back. Here's an inside handoff to the running back. And Schindel doesn't have a lot of running room this time. May have picked up one at most. Nah, I think they're going to put him down right at the line of scrimmage.
Well, what Marcus is doing is forcing to at the corners big time outside. And so the running back on that stretch play is having to cut up inside of it. And unfortunately, that's where a lot more of the Marcus defenders are as well.
Second down and 11. They call it a 1-yard loss on the play. Scots look over to the sideline. Plays being signaled in by the coaching staff.
Three-man front for Marcus still. They'll walk the outside linebacker up and bring him from the weak side. Keep an eye for that.
Head coach Alexander, a defensive specialist for the Marauders. Well, there was a blitz coming in late that time. Peck has to keep it, and we'll get up to the 20-yard line. That's going to be about a 3-yard pickup. Matthew Bryant finally was the guy who gets there. 3 yards on the ground run by Warren Peck.
And again, still like to see what Warren's doing in avoiding the rush. That time the outside linebacker came late for Marcus right into Peck's face, and he just calmly slid right up inside, picked up what he could.
Warren last year carried the ball 10 times for a -16. In this first game, getting his first start, he's almost to 50 yards. 5 carries, 49 yards for Warren. There's a beautiful pass. He zips that one in down inside the 5-yard line. And for the Scots, that's
Charlie Snyder.
Charlie Snyder, who made the catch. And the Scots have it set up goal to go. This red zone trip is brought to you by Shelby.
Snyder sets the Scots up at the 2. Let's see if we get the heavy set again up there in the shotgun.
It's going to be Axley and Holmes in the backfield for the Scots. Peck will stand between the 2 running backs. 3 wide receivers, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Delay handoff. This is going to be Wilson. Axley gets cut down at the 2.
That's a safety coming up in there. Drew Trentham making the play at the line of scrimmage. So he's up crowding the line. Here we go. It's going to be the heavy set.
They bring everybody back in that rugby-type play. Quarterback's going to keep it. He will go nowhere this time. He's still on his feet.
He's
they
still
haven't
working.
blown him dead yet, have they?
Yeah, Wyatt Swanner, center Wyatt Swanner upset because he got his legs chopped out. And that's the only way you can defend this. You have to try to get under and chop the offensive lineman where the quarterback cannot pick up his feet and move. And that time the Marcus defense was able to do it.
Third down, goal to go. We've got a timeout on the field. Scots want to talk about this before the next play. 5:38 to go here in the second quarter. Second quarter's gone, I shouldn't even say it, should I? A lot faster than that first quarter. Mike McAbee just scolded me for bringing that up even.
Well, Scott's got a lot of options in this situation on the goal line. They got James Alexander, who is a bowling ball of a running back. James Lancaster, he's a bowling ball of a running back, but with a lot of speed. And along with Keller Holmes, there's size in the backfield this year that the Scots can utilize in a situation like this, 3rd and goal to 2.
Let's go down to the sideline to Jay Ellis. His report's brought to you by Macero, Mexican Spirit, American Life.
With a timeout is just like an extra point. And as Highland Park fans know, Coach Allen is batting over 90% when he has a 2-point conversion. And so I expect we'll see something we haven't seen yet. Occasionally, even though not many coaches do it, occasionally he pulls out trickery for 2 yards or 3 yards. We've got a tight set here. I'll let you give the call from upstairs.
You got a bunch set at both sides. Receivers in tight.
Bring everybody in tight. Running back is going to be Wilson Axley. Warren Peck at quarterback out of the shotgun, and now a timeout's going to be taken by
Marcus.
Marcus
wanted Coach Allen to line up and give him a hint about what was being run.
Coach Mike Alexander, longtime defensive coach, and that's kind of where he hangs his hat. Is Highland Park's Coach Randy Allen, offensive guy?
Right.
Mike Alexander, defensive guy.
I could have told you when Coach Alexander was upset earlier in the game, he's a defensive guy because that's their mentality for sure.
He's got a defensive coordinator, though, that he turns everything over to for the most part, he said, I'll let him call most of it, but I will step in there and help him out from time to time.
He maintains that veto power.
Absolutely. I believe we've got a defensive captain's dad in the stands.
Who would that be?
And Pat Sauer, I think, has found them. Pat?
I got Alex Richter, who's Henry Richter's dad, 2-year starter, defensive line. What do you think about the Scots tonight and holding these guys to 10 points so far?
So far, so good. I mean, we're looking strong. We can get this one right here. We're going to punch that in and get a little cushion. Be nice.
Yeah, 35-10 at half would sound pretty good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah, so what's it like being a captain's dad?
You know, it's an honor getting to watch him, and, you know, I'm not shocked in the sense of Henry's always been a great leader and leading by example and such, and so I'm really proud of him.
But his mom has to do all the work, right?
She does all the work.
There you go. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, good to see you.
Here we go.
Thanks. Let's go, Scots.
Bunch
Steele
set.
Tobin set up on the bunch set to the right side. They're going to fake the handoff. Peck rolls to the right side. He'll run it in. Got his helmet knocked off, but he doesn't go down.
Wow.
And he scores the touchdown. How about that, Mr. Warren Peck?
And Warren Peck showing his toughness right there, although you don't like to see him go in with and get hit in the head with his history. Bryce Laskowski, the receiver, is the man down in the back of the end zone.
Warren Peck got hit at the goal line. His helmet popped off and went 10 yards back.
Right.
And he stood straight up. He never fell down.
Well, again, 220 pounds. Looks like a cramp for Laskowski. Thank goodness he pops up. He's hopping like you do when you have a cramp, but that's easily fixable, hopefully.
A touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, proudly supporting the Scots since 1999. Thanks, Bob. And we appreciate your sponsorship.
And I admire Warren's toughness right there, but I'm sure Coach Allen will tell him, hey, get low, get under those guys, do what you have to do to protect yourself, yet still get the touchdown.
Here's Nick Regas to come in and kick the extra point. It's up and on the way, and it's good. Got a lot of height and a lot of distance on that one. It's going to be 35-10 with 5:31 to play in the second quarter. Highland Park up with a nice cushion here in the second quarter. And, you know, going into the game, we talked about question marks and who's going to play where and how is everybody going to play. Here we get a look at that. Whoa, there goes that helmet. I see why it went back so far.
It went back so far because the Marcus defender kicked it. Mad that he wasn't able to stop him.
Kicked it.
I tell you what, but Warren Peck, I don't know if you saw, Russell, but the helmet popped off, but then he growled into the end zone, you know, looking at the defense saying, hey, you knocked my helmet off. You didn't knock me off. I scored. Here's that scoring drive for the Scots. They go 61 yards in 10 plays, take 4 minutes, 34 seconds off the clock. A nice drive. The touchdown, 2-yard bootleg keeper by Warren Peck, his second touchdown of the night. Regas has the extra point, and with 5:31 to go in the first half, it's Highland Park 35, Marcus 10. That drive recap brought to you by Odelay Tex-Mex. Excellence, born in HP, for HP.
Warren Peck now's got 7 carries, 51 yards, and 2 touchdowns rushing tonight. 242 yards passing and 2 touchdowns.
That's not a bad game, but half.
4 touchdowns in a quarter and a little over a half.
Right.
Kickoffs brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business.
All right, let's see who the first one down here is. Always fun in the stands to say who's going to be the first guy to put his hat on the ball carrier.
This one is going to be fair caught inside the 5-yard line. They'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Well, you know, we were talking about what was going on with Highland Park. You couldn't ask for much better of a start to game one when you're filling so many vacancies. And I think that was the question that I got all week from different people was, who's going to play where? You got so many vacancies on that offense and defense.
And haven't we watched Coach Allen long enough to know he takes care of it? I mean, we've seen this over and over. Every year people think, the Scots aren't going to be as good this year because they had to replace everybody. Well, they have to replace everybody every year, and Coach Allen and his staff find a way to get that done.
I think Mike Maccabee just said it right. It's not vacancies, not holes you have to fill. It's opportunities for the other guys.
There you go.
There's a pass out to the receiver left side caught. Wes Giese is in there to bring down Grennan.
Giesey's a guy that plays a lot bigger than he is. I watched him in practice the other day, and he's going up against Schneider and some of the bigger receivers for the Scots offense, and he doesn't back down at all. He's right up in their face, chewing on them.
Got trip receivers to the
Here we go.
narrow side of the screen. Pass is going to be over the receiver's head and out of bounds. Grennan was the intended receiver. He's only 5'5", 150, so it's not hard to overthrow him, I would think.
He's got 6 catches already.
But he does have 6 catches tonight.
But again, you look at how many. Here comes Goswin again, the backup quarterback. But you look at how many times that Marcus has gone that trips look and throw that little hitch screen out here, and usually had good success at it. But that's a lot of their offense.
Goldwas comes in at quarterback now. They'll set a wing off to the left side. 2 wide receivers this time. They've got a tight end off to the left as well. Bring this into a tight formation and run it. Goldwas, the quarterback, takes it left side. He'll pick up the first down. Crashes into the Highland Park secondary. Jack Morris, Andrew Wade will combine on the stop for the Scots defense. How about Jack Morris? Last year he steps in as a sophomore and ended up leading the team in tackles.
Jack Morris is part of that Morris family. There's something going on there because they step in, and whenever they do, they have a nose for the ball. Jack is the same way. He just kind of feels where to go, and he's the first one there more times than not.
We've got some new D linemen in. I think we've got a timeout. It's going to be taken here by Marcus. Had too many people on the field, so they had to call that timeout. Jay Ellis, let's bring you into the conversation. You said we've got more guys coming in for the Scots?
Yeah, the Highland Park's showing good depth on the defensive line. The line that's in this possession is Hank Lee playing right end, Clay Green playing nose guard, and Jonah Chawa, number 90, playing on the left side at defensive end.
Jay, let me ask you this. You're down there.
And you
worried
watch
about the heat. Has it been a problem? Have you seen any issues?
Well, we saw Leskowski with that cramp. We've seen a couple of other stretching. I saw Winfield stretching a little, and I tell you, a couple times I've had to go from one end of the field to the other, and my calves are a little tight.
Jay cramped. Hey. We need to send Pat Sauer down there to give Jay a break.
Send me. I hear Dr. Pepper does wonders.
There you go.
Some of that.
Okay, I got that. All right, here we go. It's going to be third down. If I'm not, let's see.
First down. First and 10. Stack the receivers off to the left side. One running back in the backfield. Parlin at quarterback. Play action fake. Throws long. Right side over the head of the receiver. Incomplete. Intended for Cooper Campbell down there for the Scots. Jack McCallum was doing the defending. But it's an overthrown pass and a long incompletion.
Getting under his inside shoulder.
Good coverage by McCallum right there. Coaches have been happy with what they've seen there. Getting some help over the top from number 46. I believe that's Jackson McGinley as well. Supporting. See if the Scots can get in the face of Parlin. Get the ball back, score again for half.
From their own 37-yard line. Again, a play action. Parlin's in trouble. Rolls off to the left side. Throws downfield. It's caught on the sideline. That's going to be enough for the first down. They'll move the chains. That's Charlie Bergeson who came in with the catch. And replays this quarter being brought to you by HP Wealth Partners. Real guidance for real people.
First down for Marcus. 4:18 to go in the half.
At their own 48-yard line. Again, 2 receivers wide action this time. Parlin comes to the near side, throws complete. Bergeson's got it up the right side. He'll take it all the way down to the Highland Park 29. John Allen finally trips him up, throws him out of bounds. But a big first down for the Marauders now. And they've got it into Highland Park territory.
I was thinking in the secondary, it was Jackson McGinley a minute ago helping out, but that looks to be number 47, Brady Ray.
It's going to be a 27-yard pass and catch. 7th play of the drive coming up right here at the Highland Park 28-yard line. Play action. They'll throw it off to the left side, trying to set up that wide receiver screen. It was caught out there by Garrett Grennan and makes a dodge step inside and then cuts back out. Picks up about 6 yards.
And the job of the cornerback out there, in this case Wes Giese, is to set the edge and force the runner back inside where his help is coming. And Giese does that, plants the foot, leans into the blocker, then still falls off, able to make the play himself.
Trips in those trips off to the tight side of the field this time.
And look at that. That's that Giese.
Giese comes there and spoils everything on the play.
I mean, he said, I've seen enough of this, and he bolts up and is able to get by the blocker and make the play.
Clock's going to stop with 3:34 to go in the first half. Coming up at halftime, we'll see the Highland Park Band and the Bells. And we've also got some player interviews that we'll let you take a look at coming up at halftime.
Pistol look. Running back right behind the quarterback.
Let's see what Parlin does. Now they send a man in motion. That's going to be Guerin. And they'll swing it out to the running back, right side, Kilikiki. And he steps out of a tackle at about the 21, turns it upfield, gets down near the 10 before he's finally going to be taken down for the Scots.
Grady Ray.
Grady Ray comes in to make the tackle.
Grady Ray. 12-yard play, first down.
11 first downs for Marcus. Highland Park's got 16.
Get outside. Oh, nice.
There goes that little running back again, trying to get out left side. He's going to be caught by Wes Giese.
Giese.
Grabbed him around the ankles and just spun him to the turf.
And Giese looks like a rodeo cowboy right there. He comes knifing up, and he said, "You are not getting outside of me." And he gets a leg and will not let go.
Second down and 10. That's going to go for a no gain. Play again being signaled in from the sideline.
It's fun to watch Giese after Adam Rourke last year. Obviously, Giese has a lot of the same traits as Adam does.
They'll send Gannon in motion. He goes from right to left. Stops, sets up right there. Straight drop. Parlin looks down. Now he's under pressure. He's going to be sacked. Coming right up the middle is Jack Morris, and he gets the Highland Park first sack of the season, and then he goes down with a cramp.
Yeah, he got a cramp, I believe. He accelerated so fast, but he wasn't going to let go that time. Jack Morris. Yeah, you see.
We've been waiting to call his name, and that was something right there. Look at that.
And he came a little late, still able to get there.
That delay, that's built in, correct?
Right. Because the linemen go ahead and pick up who they think is coming, and if you delay just a hair, they'll completely miss you. If you come when the ball snapped, they'll pick you up, but if you can delay just a half second, eyes go somewhere else, guard can't come back, and Jack Morris is in the backfield as he's going to be a lot this year, I'll bet you.
That's going to be an 11-yard loss. Ball goes all the way back to the 21-yard line. It's third down and 22. They can get a first down, but they've got to get down inside the 1-yard line.
See if the Scots can pressure again.
Parlin again to throw. Looks left, comes back right. Grinning again, who made the catch, but he's taken down immediately. Jack McCallum is in there and makes the tackle for Highland Park. And on fourth down, it's going to be 4th and 8. 4 yards to get a first down. That was a loss of 2 right there.
And you love seeing that out of your cornerbacks, the ability and the willingness to come up and make a tackle in the open field and get it done. McCallum jumps up, and he's excited that he's able to get that done and force a fourth down.
Looked like they were setting up to punt the ball away, but a timeout's going to be taken right here by the Scots, and they'll talk about this.
Was there a tee on the field?
Yeah, I believe. I thought they were going to.
I did not see a tee on the field. That's why I was trying to figure out what was going on.
At this point, you'd think that Marcus would be going for it to try to get back in this game right before half.
Well, that's Owen Gal, who was warming up right there just a second ago. Maybe they are going to try a field goal, but I didn't see a holder in there. Maybe they got one. Maybe they've got one now.
Yeah, they're kicking it.
Yeah, Drew Trenum comes on, and he's going to do the holding chores right around the 30-yard line, I think.
So
well, I don't know.
Close to a 40-yarder. Kicker's back there. Let's see if the holder gets down. They go with a 5-yard, 6-yard drop
It's
instead
going to
of
be
7.
a 41-yard field goal attempt from the right hash mark. Owen Gall steps into it. It's blocked. Ball is on the ground, picked up by Highland Park. They'll turn it the other way, and this is going to go the distance. Jack McCallum will take this in for a touchdown for Highland Park.
How do you like that? Marcus thinks they're going to get 3 points out of it. I think the block may have come from Richter on the offensive left side, defensive right side. Let's see. If we can get the replay up here, we can see who was able to stick the big paw up on it and bat it back. And then once Jack McCollum got it, he's gone.
Boy, there was nobody that was going to catch him as he turned it on, and 23 takes it the distance. And Highland Park tacks on another 6 before we get to the end of the quarter.
Well, that's a gut punch right there for Marcus. A great job by the Scots. Right, and he didn't have enough height.
Here we go on the extra point, and Nick Regas will kick the extra point. Now we've got something happening at the line of scrimmage.
We got the
we've got a flag down.
Officials talking to everybody.
There's a flag along the line of scrimmage and in the defensive secondary.
The snapper for the Scots is J.D. Copeland. I don't think we mentioned that.
Let's see. I don't think we've got a mic on the official.
I'm interested to get a look at that replay once this extra point.
Delay of game against the defense?
Yeah, a lot of times when you make fake calls or stab trying to pull the offense offside, it'll be a delay of game.
Here we go for the Scots. And again, it's going to be Nick Regas, senior kicker. Trying to tack on the point after. This would be his 6th point after.
All right.
7th point after right there and make it a 41-10 ball game. 42. They haven't changed the clock yet.
Can we see that replay again? Let's see. It came up from a wide angle. Let's see if we can see it again. Our monitor is still blinking in and out.
1:26 to play in the first half, and Highland Park's lead 42-10.
Yeah, they're trying to get us that replay, but it's just not coming up. Let's see. Is that Richter? That's 50.
Jay Ellis, can you see that?
Can't see any replay, but I can tell you there's not any hype around Richter right now, which tells me someone else maybe got their hands on it.
How about Anders Korn?
Let me look around. I'll see if I can see Anders Korn, and I bet somebody's celebrating whoever blocked it.
It may be 58 that got in. He came in scot-free on the defensive right side and able to get his hand up and just blocked it down into the ground and it bounced right back up to Jack McCollum.
Highland Park to kick off from right to left as we view it from the press box here at Marcus Marauder Stadium. Our kickoff being brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, there to help the traumatically injured individuals, whether they're hurt on the job or in a significant accident. High end over end kicks going to be fielded down at the 5-yard line. They'll bring it out 10, 15, 20. Started right, cuts back left, and on the return is Rhett Garza.
And that's Hatcher.
And he'll bring it all the way out to the 27.
Hatcher Kelzer with the tackle once again, his second on the coverage teams tonight.
22-yard return sets him up at around the 27-yard line, and that's where the Marauders will have a minute 20 to work with before we go to the halftime break.
We got Jonah Chawan in at defensive end. Looks like Clay Green as well. We'll get that scoring drive for the Scots right after this play.
First down. Got a different quarterback in there right now.
Dropped.
Quarterback dropped it, picks it up, rolls off to the right side. This is Dane Parlin still in there, throws it on the run, and he completes it out there to Cooper Campbell in the right flat. Campbell turns it up for a first down. That looked like it was going to be a busted play, and they turn it into a first down. Clark Cosby was coming in there to apply some of the pressure for Highland Park. That was a 20-yard play. They'll respot the ball twice, and they move it out to the 47-yard line.
And you sometimes when you drop the ball, it makes the defense momentarily relax a little bit. But
setting up a screen right here. It is going to be set up. It is going to be completed to Kilikipi. He is going to go absolutely nowhere. Carter Noonan smelled it out, and Carter Noonan makes a tackle for about a 5-yard loss.
Beautiful sniff out by Carter Noonan. All these guys are really zeroing in on the screens. They see it coming. They get there. They want to pick it off and go.
John Allen also helping out on the tackle right there. 28 seconds to play in the half. This time the pass comes near side. Grennan's going to make the catch. Sidesteps one secondary man. Sidesteps another one. He'll break into Highland Park territory, and he'll make his way all the way down to the Scots 35-yard line.
And making a play there, Russell, Highland Park sophomore linebacker Bo Jones. Coaches are very high on him. He has really shown a lot so far, and they think he may be a great linebacker in years to come.
Likely last play of the first half. Pass over to the right side. It's going to be incomplete. Caught, but he was out of bounds already. It'll stop the clock with 4 seconds, so there will be one more play before we go to the locker room with Highland Park up by 32 points here in the first half.
Scott's come back with some fresh legs in the interior. Richter coming back in, along with number 93. That's Daniel Turner. Daniel Turner, he will see some action at nose. If you recall, last year, Jay Ellis' son, Judge, a defensive end over a lot of the year, and then late in the year did some great things at nose guard. And the Scots hope to use Daniel Turner the same way.
Scott's defense last year was giving up only about 18 points a game. They only allowed a little over 300 yards per game. 161 through the air, 154 on the ground. And I know that's all of last year's players, but pretty good numbers put up by that defense last season.
And there's a carryover, definitely.
I think Jay Ellis wants to join in our conversation. What was that, Jay?
Hey, is Judge listening?
No, well, I don't know. And his year's over. This isn't about him. I want to talk about Cormac Carroll. I saw him at the Y earlier this week. And he works there on Sundays in addition to playing football all week. And we had a good talk. He's really excited about playing nose guard. He was telling me that the Highland Park defensive scheme, the way it's set up and the way those defensive ends get double-teamed in that 4 technique, that an athlete playing nose guard has a lot of chances to make plays, especially when the offense has to pass. And Cormac is a heck of an athlete who's played a lot of linebacker as well. So I expect to see a lot of plays from Cormac Carroll at nose guard.
Look at this
Highland
defensive
Park's
lineman.
got an offset defense this time, and Parlin wants to throw. He's going to heave this down into the end zone, and it's going to be broken up. Incomplete, maybe intercepted. Highland Park
there for us. Was Schneider out there?
Hey,
it is going to be an incomplete pass on the final play of the second quarter. Parker Thompson was in there. Let's get another look at it on the replay.
And this is obviously one of the things Coach Leitner is going to do on a Hail Mary situation. Parker Thompson, again, the quarterback, good height, and he's going to help break up that play and bat it to the ground with the help of 3 or 4 other Scots, but that's halftime.
Tell you what, it was a great first half for Highland Park. They lead at 42-10. Stand by, our halftime show's coming up. It's brought to you by Madden Securities, global capabilities from people you trust, and by Advantage Healthcare Systems. Here to help the traumatically injured individuals, whether hurt on the job or in a significant accident. We'll be back to start the third quarter coming up in just a couple of minutes. We've got the band coming up, the bells, and our special halftime interviews as well. Again, through the first 2 quarters of play, it's Highland Park 42 and Marcus 10.
Welcome to the Madden Securities Halftime Show, Global Capabilities from People You Trust. Will Washington here with Mikey Lamar. And Mikey, I'll tell you who I trust. It's new quarterback Warren Peck. It was an incredible half for him in his really debut as a starter. He was 13 of 15, just under 87%, 247 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's exactly what you want to see from your new quarterback.
Yeah, I think if you had asked him if he would take those stats for a full game, he would have said yes. So how much more for just a half of football? Really incredible from Warren, and just great play calling from Coach Allen, too. Great execution from the line and the receivers, the running backs, too. It's just been incredible half for the Scots there.
Yeah, we'll have some highlights of the first half after the bells and the band perform. But one of the reasons he had so much success in the first half is his ability to really spread the ball around. He got a ton of different receivers involved in that one. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 different Scots catching passes. They did such a great job getting their guys in space, getting different guys involved. Very impressed with Steele Tobin, inside receiver. He found space a few times. Your guy, Bryce, caught the opening touchdown, so it helps to have these playmakers for Warren.
Yeah, it really makes it easier on the quarterback to have these guys who can, as you saw in the first half, they took some broken plays and just made something out of nothing, and Warren gets his credit for that too. But the receivers were really good at just, making something out of nothing almost.
So it leads you to a 42-point first half. Highland Park had 354 total yards, 247 of them, Mikey, were through the air, 98 rushing yards, so great offensive performance. The Highlander band is ready. We're going to have more first half updates and highlights after this. We're going to toss it down to the field for the band and the bells.
Director of Bands for HPISD is Darren Jordan. Associate Band Directors are Lisa Stallings and Cleon. Color Guard Directors are Danny Martinez and Declan Casey. The Highlander Band And we'd like to thank our 2023 sponsors. Play the safest soccer reading magazines, Atlantic Parents, the Tables Down There, Origin Band, and Johnson Visitors. These sponsors provide much fun and training for your band and your band. Thanks for your support. The band and the directors would like to thank all the boosters and fans for their support. And we would like to finish the party and the festival. We hope you have a great March season.
I'm assuming it's the 5 ladies dead. Yep.
Highland Park High School proudly presents the 2023 Highland Bells. Lieutenants from left to right are Alexandra Wright, Ellie Donahoe, Sophie Bishop, Addison Renfro, and Mary Matheson.
For your halftime entertainment, the Bells will perform a military routine to Zombie. Bank is the proud sponsor of the 2023 team. The Highland Bells are under the direction of Mrs. Shannon Phillips. Associate Director is Mrs. Emily Sanchez. And Assistant Director is Mrs. Berkeley Slover.
The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots!
Scots, find a way.
Scots, find a way.
Scots, find a way.
Scott, find a way.
Summer has sauced it at the 5. He's into the end zone.
Scots, find a way. Scots, find a way.
It's caught. He didn't get in. Highland Park is back-to-back state champion.
Scots, find a way.
Scots, find a way.
We are Dallas-born, Dallas-based, and family-owned. We support the Highland Park Scots.
Tell us we can't do it. You wouldn't be the first. Every season begins with a dream, and we are paying the price to achieve ours. Sure, it's not easy. That's why we're surrounded by people who've got our backs. So go ahead, tell us we can't do it. Then watch us. Vista Bank, entrepreneurs banking entrepreneurs since 1912.
The best part about being a neighborhood bank is the neighborhood. It's the parks. It's the ball games. And it's the people we get to call neighbors. It's the friendly faces we see on the streets and in our lobby. Because at Benchmark, it's not about numbers. It's about neighbors. Our neighbors. Benchmark has your back. Benchmark Bank, family owned by Texans since 1964.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I put a lot of mileage on my car. So I am practically at Sewell every 3 months. Every single time that I go, it's amazing. Everybody is welcoming, everybody is professional, everybody is kind. It's just like easy, fast, right to the point. You're in, you're out. Cannot imagine being with anybody else but Sewell. Their customer service is absolutely flawless. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and L-certified vehicles at our Dallas and Fort Worth Sewell Lexus locations.
Welcome to the Madden Securities Halftime Show. Global capabilities from people you can trust. And Mikey, we were saying it right before. We've got Highland Park students running behind us right now. It's like college game day.
Yeah.
They're yelling at Daniel Turner playing defensive line. And that's a good place to start, Mikey. The defense only allowed 10 points in the first half. And early on, they were allowing some rushing yards. But one of the things that looked like they did later on is Coach Leitner was bringing those linebackers in a little bit tighter, kind of putting some more resources into the running game, and the yards per rush was really starting to go down. So it looked like it worked. It just puts a little bit more on your DBs in one-on-one situations.
Yeah, so you bring more guys in the box, and it leaves your DBs a little out on an island more. So that's just about them making plays in space, which for the most part they did that half.
No, it worked really well. We've got some highlights that we're going to show from the first half. And so there were 6 touchdowns here for Highland Park. So plenty of highlights to see right here. It's 42-10 at the half. See if these are rolling right here. And here's the first one right here. This is going to be the 44-yard touchdown pass. Your boy Bryce, you called this pregame, Mikey. We can't see these right here, Mikey, so we're doing our best. Warren Peck, we think this is the Warren Peck touchdown run. He had a good run to set it up, and then showing he can move his legs a little bit here.
Yeah.
This is Keller Holmes. He's put. We talked before the season. We felt really good about what he would do. And this is still Tobin. Called this pregame. This is a little slant he runs. The play breaks down. He finds some space.
Yep.
Warren Peck finds him, and then he takes it all the way. You got to love that from Steele Tobin.
A great call from you on that one.
So you got to love how the Scots are using their inside receivers, and then they pack it in tight right here. They cram it up the middle. And so, Mike, you got to love it. They're tossing it around, getting their receivers involved, also cramming it up the middle. And then here's Warren Peck. Takes a hit right there, loses the helmet, runs it straight in.
Yep, showing his toughness there with the helmet coming off. Shrugged it off like it was nothing.
I love that. Doesn't see the pass open, so he just takes it in himself, showing that physicality right there. Quarterback Warren Peck showing the legs a little bit. And then, Mikey, here it is, the field goal block. They're going to take it back the other way. It's a touchdown, Highland Park here, Jack McCallum.
Yeah, you need non-offensive touchdowns to win games. Scots are doing it right there. What a play. Great awareness from McCallum to locate the ball in the air off the block and then take it back to the house for the touchdown.
And so that leads the Scots to being up 42-10 at the half right there. And so, Mikey, a lot of offensive highlights. They got a lot of different players involved. You got Steele Tobin in the end zone there. You got Keller Holmes. You got Warren Peck having some rushing touchdowns.
Yep.
And so I love to see that because with Warren Peck, talking about it, we wanted to see him get a lot of different receivers involved. He got 7 different guys involved. And I loved what happened when the play broke down. You really saw his maturity. I love the touchdown to Steele Tobin. Steele found some open space. Warren had that chemistry, found it, Steele took it to the house. And then when it wasn't there, Warren wasn't afraid to run it. They don't have any turnovers so far. Just really mature play from Warren Peck in that first half.
That was really impressive to see, especially as a first-time starter. Just his poise in the pocket, the down around him. You didn't see panic. You didn't see him getting scared or getting happy feet or anything. He kept his calm and made some great plays. That run really stood out to me to set up Keller's touchdown, the second touchdown. I didn't know Warren could move like that. That was very impressive. We were out here calling him a pure pocket passer, but he looked like a dual threat there.
And again, just under 87% in his passing, his completion percentage. So it's really impressive. Again, Scott's getting 7 different receivers involved in that half. And what I love about this offense is they can attack you in so many different ways. They can use those inside receivers. They can go deep. What we want to see them do in the second half is run the ball a little bit. So we're going to talk about that now. These are some of our keys for the second half. You're up 42-10. You're passing the ball really well. You've shown that you can break open some runs a little bit too. We've seen Wilson actually show that agility when he gets to that linebacker level. That's something that we both want to see as you get into the second half, is running the football really well.
Yeah, I think when you're up big at halftime like this, you just want to check the clock, keep the other out of the game. And I think the best way to do that is by running the ball, just kind of killing their spirit, killing any momentum they have, just running it down their throat. And so I'm looking for the offensive line to really take hold of this game and then let running backs just do their thing with Wilson and Keller.
And let's talk about defense. We were saying this before the Bells and the band performed, but early on, pass defense looked really good. Overall, they did a really good job in coverage. They were allowing some runs. There was a time in the early part of the game it was about 10 yards a run or whatnot, and you could see one of the adjustments we were talking about is they started to put in more linebackers to help with the run. And when that started happening, they really started to go down at their yards per rush. So going into the second half, we'll kind of see what the adjustments are. It looks like Flower Mound Marcus came out with a new quarterback for a little bit. And so Highland Park really does just dedicate to the run. What that does with your DBs is they've got to make really good one-on-one plays, whether that's in the pass. We saw them attack the corners a little bit there when they got one-on-one coverage, or they really started to go to the screens. They were doing that a lot in the second quarter there. And so Scott's got to do a really good job getting off blocks and making the tackles.
Yeah, something we saw a lot was those stacked formations from the receivers out wide. And you saw a lot of times them just flipping it out to the wide man in the corner, having to get off a block and make a tackle. And so I think as the Scots, if they continue to load the box like you're talking about with the linebackers, the DBs will just have to make those plays in space and fundamentals, tackling, having their eyes in the right place on the play action and whether they're throwing the screens or not. But yeah, I think it's going to come down to can the DBs make those tackles in space if Scott's continue to fill the box to stop the run.
And I love seeing what they did defensively. They're rotating a lot of guys in there. And so you saw it on the D-line in particular. Yep. Cormac was telling me before the game they really feel like they've got a group of guys that they're going to be rotating, especially in the heat, especially when you're playing these 6A offensive line. So we saw guys like Clay Green get in there, and you could see the Scots with some depth at that D-line position going in there, just allowing 10 points. So I love seeing those adjustments. Back to the offense for a little bit here, going into it, we were thinking they're going to play some cover 3. They're going to play some man with a guy over the top. They played a lot of cover 2.
Yeah.
And so Coach Allen adjusted to it, and I really love just the way that some of these receivers were able to find space. I think that can really open up the run a little bit in the second half, though.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Scots are used to seeing cover 2. I think they're well coached. They watch a lot of film, and so I don't think that came as a surprise to any of the coaches, especially. And so I think that's kind of what you saw. And I totally agree. I think in the second half, as we continue to run the ball more, I think the pass will set up as Marcus starts to sell out on the run. And the pass will there.
The last key before we send it to break for the third quarter is we just want to see them play clean. They haven't had any turnovers yet. They're going to play Louisville next week. They'll play them at Highlander. They're up 50-0 at the half right now. And so that's a really good team. You want to go in playing really clean football. So I'd say just continue to play disciplined. Don't turn the ball over. And I think they'll feel really good going into next week.
Definitely. I think the easiest way to let a team back in the game is to start turning the ball over. So I expect to see the Scots come out, play clean ball. I know the coaches were stressing that at halftime. Get their adjustments in and then just ride this one out, finish strong, and then get ready for Louisville.
This has been the Madden Securities Halftime Show. Will Washington here with Mikey Lamore. A productive half for the Highland Park Scots, up 42-10 at the break. We're going to take a quick break and then toss it up for the third quarter.
Sewell is definitely a part of my family. Everyone, just has this great smile that we are happy to see you. We're so glad you're here. They really care about people, and that's not something you find at every dealership. I love to leave a dealership feeling peaceful, and I've never experienced that until Sewell. I drive a Sewell.
Discover our wide variety of new and certified pre-owned vehicles at Sewell Buick GMC.
Welcome back to Marcus Marauder Stadium, and now let's go to the interviews.
Hard to believe you're going into your 25th season here at Highland Park. Back in 99 when you got here, did you have thoughts that this is where I'm going to be for a very long time?
I really did, Russell. I thought of 3 years, if I could hold on that long, that it'd be a great career here. But 24, 25 years later, it couldn't have been a better experience, and just so many great things have happened to our family.
Just about ready to get the third quarter underway. 42-10, our score through the first half of Highland Park and Marcus. We've got some stats to run through. It was a big first half for Highland Park offensively. Scots had 339 yards of total offense to Marcus's 257, and the Scots ran 29 plays to Marcus's 39 plays. So almost 100 more yards on 10 fewer plays. Scots had 16 first downs. Marcus had 13. Through the air, Highland Park was 12 of 14 for 242 yards. Marcus was 17 of 26 for 160 yards. And Highland Park had the ball for about a minute and a half less than Marcus, 12:01 to roughly 13:26. No turnovers in the football game. Warren Peck had a really nice first half of football. 7 of 51 rushing, 2 touchdowns. His longest run was 32 yards, so he's averaging 7.3 yards per carry. Wilson Axley came in to carry 4 times for 38 yards. Keller Holmes came on to score a touchdown, had 2 carries for 11 yards, and Cooper Schendel carried twice for Highland Park in that first half. And again, Peck through the air, 12 of 14, 242 yards and 2 touchdowns. As far as receiving goes, the leading receivers for the Scots, Charles Schneider, 3 catches, 73 yards. Steele Tobin caught 3 for 66 and a touchdown. And Bryce Lazikowski caught a pass for 44 yards, and that went for a touchdown. Parker Anderson had 1 for 21 yards. For Marcus, their leading rusher is Isaiah Keelekipi at 89 yards on 9 carries. You can do that when you get a 71-yard run in there. that definitely kind of skews your
helps
stats.
Your average, doesn't it?
Dane Parlin, their quarterback, 17 of 26 for 160 yards. Highland Park dominated pretty much that first half of football. And again, you take away that 71-yard run, that ruins that long drive that they had when they went down and scored a touchdown. If you look at the long plays for Highland Park, had a 46-yard rush, a 39-yard rush, a 44-yard rush, a 21-yard rush. And Coach Allen always talks about big plays and how important they are. We're getting them tonight.
Those are killers to the defense. I mean, not only does it, again, pump everybody up, but again, what it does, it's just deflating for the defense to give up that big a run. We did get the chance to talk to the Highland Park coaches as they were coming up here about that blocked field goal that was returned. He said that was Daniel Turner blocked the offensive lineman into the kick. And so they're giving credit to Daniel Turner for driving him back into the kick and making that touchdown run by Jack McCallum possible. Cole Denman, who's helping us after the game, his favorite player is Daniel Turner. So probably nobody happier to hear that about Daniel Turner than Cole on our sideline, one of our interns.
Here's our third quarter kickoff. It's brought to you by Advantage Healthcare Systems, and this is going to be out of the back of the end zone. They'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Advantage Healthcare, helping traumatically injured individuals, whether hurt on the job or in a significant accident. Our thanks to Advantage Healthcare for being a sponsor of Highland Park football. What do you want to see in the third quarter?
More of the same. I think obviously you want to come out and snuff out anything that Marcus has done at halftime that may get them at least feeling like they're back in this game. But I think you want to see some of the younger guys get in the game here in the second half and see what they can do. Every year we talk about the importance of depth, and it's not going to be any different this year. You got to throw them in there, though, find out how they can do.
Here Marcus goes from their own 25-yard line. Parlin to throw on first down, completes it out to the 40, and this is going to be Grennan, who will jitterbug his way up all the way to midfield before he's bounced out of bounds by Andrew Wade. And a nice play there for the Marauders to open up the third quarter. They go 25 yards on first down.
Well, and Parlin, obviously not your stand in the pocket quarterback and drill the ball like Warren Peck is, but he can make a lot of things happen on the run out in a situation like that. Puts a lot of pressure on the defense because they've got to come up and stop his running ability, but then he can dump it over him like he did right there.
They've got a flanker set to the left side now. 3 wide receivers and 1 running back. Highland Park brings the defense up.
Hello.
And getting in the backfield and making the tackle for Highland Park is Wesley Winfield. He did a great job of coming up on the left side and rushing, but under control, able to stop and grab the ball carrier.
He did getting better at that. Highland Park was flying a little bit in the first half and missing some tackles because of it. And Wesley Winfield right there shows great form and great patience to throttle down and make the play.
Loss of 2 on the play brings up 2nd down and 12. They need the Highland Park 40 for a first. This time they'll hand it off. Caleb Keepy's going up the middle and going nowhere. He gets hit by Daniel Turner. He's the guy that blocked an offensive lineman into a field goal in the first half, and Daniel Turner steps up there and plugs the hole, and that's a no-gainer on the run.
It's great to see that from Daniel Turner. He's getting better and better. His quickness is really showing, and he shucked the offensive lineman and met the back flush in the backfield, knocking him back for a loss.
Marauders are 4 for 8 on 3rd down conversions tonight. Quarterback dropped the ball, picks it up. Play action, throws downfield, incomplete. He was wide right trying to get that down to Carrick Grennan.
Just missed.
4th down coming up here. And for the 3rd time tonight, Marcus will have to punt the ball away. Highland Park in that first half had exactly 0 punts.
And if I'm not mistaken, only 1 penalty? Was that correct?
Only one penalty. Scored on every drive.
That is, scoring on every drive is what you want. But when you can limit your penalties first real game, it says a lot about the poise and discipline of the team.
Schindle's going to be deep for Highland Park on the punt return this time. And the ball will bounce. He'll pick it up right around the 16-yard line.
Good blocking.
Tries to take it wide. Found a little bit of a seam. Gets a nice return out to the 37-yard line. And the Scots have pretty good breathing room to open up the 3rd quarter.
Well, that's what you want to do. Shut them down when you got a team down. And now I'm sure Coach Allen's told the offense, let's go down and score. And then after that, we'll see about the backups.
Real quickly, I believe Pat Sauer's got another special guest. Let's go down the sideline. And Pat.
An honest man.
Scots from their own 36-yard line on 1st down. They'll turn, hand it off. Wilson Axley going around the right side. He'll rip off about 12 yards and pick up a 1st down for the Scots. Nice run right there. One nice way to open the 3rd quarter offensively for Highland Park, up 42-10, and a 1st down on the first play.
Nice little stretch play to the right, and Axley using his speed to really accelerate upfield. Caleb Livingston making the play for Marcus.
Again, another 1st down from their own 48. Scots will scrimmage, moving right to left here in the 3rd quarter. Play action, Peck to throw. He's under pressure, has to throw this one away, and it's going to be incomplete. Got hit just as he released it. Guy applying all the pressure back there was...
Is that the anchor?
Brock Golwas.
Scott's offensive line has performed pretty well tonight, especially losing their leader, Case Pickleman, early in the game, but they've held up. That's one of the few times that Peck has been knocked down tonight.
9:41 to play 3rd quarter. Scots now 2nd down and 10 after the incomplete pass. Peck rolls right and throws back, and Axley's caught it.
Yeah.
Little screen pass right there. The Scots will get this and punch it across the 50 down to about the 48-yard line. That's going to be a play of near 4 yards for the Scots. We welcome Cookie into the press box. Our audio engineer comes
guy,
in.
Say hello.
Hello. How you doing down there? You're right there on camera. Smile.
Yeah, he's told him not to turn that on down the truck, though.
Scott's going to have it third down, about 6 needed. They're in Marcus territory. 5 for 5 on third down conversions. Ball spotted right hash. Peck
comes a
snaps
blitz.
His hand.
Here comes a blitz.
Here comes the blitz right up the middle. Peck stands up and throws. It's going to be an incomplete pass, but he did a nice job just to get rid of that. And intended maybe for Axley, but he couldn't get it off because of so much pressure right there. But he avoids the sack, and Highland Park's going to face their first fourth down of this football game. Going to be 4th and 6, again from the Marauders' 48-yard line. Looks like Highland Park's going to go for it. They turn, look to the side.
Oh, he's going to punt.
I believe Warren Peck's going to step back and punt. He will kick this one. Gets a wobbler up there. There's nobody deep. Bounces at the 10, and it'll roll into the end zone. Almost got down there, just couldn't get there. That was Cannon Spackman, who was trying to get down there and save it, just couldn't quite get there. And they'll bring it out to the 20-yard line, and Highland Park's offense for the first time tonight is stopped by the Marauders. First time Highland Park's had the ball and not been able to convert for points.
Well, and what Marcus did was just bring the kitchen sink. They're throwing everything they can at Warren Peck and the Scott's offensive line, and they were able to get home a couple of times. Let's see if the defense can rise to the occasion again here and shut down Marcus. Stack receivers, favorite formation for Marcus.
Those receivers will go wide right. They'll send one receiver wide to the left, snap it back. Quarterback throws to the near side. This is going to be caught.
Nice.
Again, it's going to be Carrick Grennan.
Nice.
He's not going to get a whole lot of anything because Highland Park had 2 or 3 guys back there. Wesley Winfield and Hudson Reed in on the tackle for the Scots defense.
Hudson Reed played that. Jay had mentioned it. He played that beautifully. Came up, again, set the edge, forced the back inside, but then raked across the face of the receiver to make the play himself with help from Winfield.
2nd down and 8. Ball spot to the right side. 3 receivers this time to the left. They'll come back near side. Throw it to the running back out of the backfield. He'll take it up the right side. And I'll tell you what, Isaiah Kilikipi is a running back. He will fight for yards, and he gets all the way out to the 31-yard line, and that gives the Marauders another first down. That is their 15th first down of this ball game. From their own 31-yard line from the right hash. Highland Park with a 3-down lineman defensive look.
Looks like Anderson.
They'll bring up a linebacker on the left side. That's Anderson Korn.
Yeah.
Turn, hand it off, keeping the backfield. Anders.
And that's John Allen.
The ball came loose, but I think the running back was down already. That was Isaiah Kilikipi. Wesley Winfield in there on the tackle. And 2nd down coming up. 7:03 to play, 3rd quarter. 2nd down, they'll stack their receivers wide to the right side. Turn, fake the handoff inside, go to the other side of the field. Beautiful defensive play made on the far side by Wes Giese. He stepped in front of the receiver. The pass was intended out there for Charlie Bergeson. Giese stepped in front of him, able to swat that one away, and almost was in position to make an interception. Miller Ferris checks into the game for Highland Park. He'll be in it, left corner now. And again, 3rd down. Still three and a half needed for a first down. They've got to get to their own 41-yard line to move the chains.
Richter and Turner teed up with.
Grennan goes in motion from
spin,
left to right.
Spin,
quarterback wants to throw it. He's in trouble. Threw it away just as he got clobbered by Henry Richter.
Oh, it's a beautiful rush by Richter. They slant it, looked like to the right side. Richter looks like he gets pinned, but then Richter spins back out of it and is able to get right in the quarterback's face and force him to get rid of the ball before he wants.
That was nearly grounding. In fact, a couple of the Highland Park coaches on the sideline were calling for a grounding flag. Coach Leidner was among those leading the charge, trying to convince the officials to release one of those yellow flags. I think we're still on the air. Here we go on fourth down. Almost blocked that punt. This is going up and nowhere.
That was Giese.
This is going to go out of bounds right around midfield. Let's see where they're going to mark it.
That was Giese doing his best Adam Rourke block imitation.
Goes out of bounds right around the Highland Park 44, 43-yard line. And so the Scots will have great field position coming up right here. 6:37 to play, third quarter. Highland Park sitting on a 42-10 lead. A 19-yard punt right there. It was almost blocked. Highland Park's already blocked a field goal attempt. Ran that back for a touchdown.
This is one of the biggest offensive lines Highland Park's had across the board in some time.
Peck this time stands between two running backs, takes a snap, turns, hands it off. Running play comes to the near side.
Oh, yeah.
Nice cut up the middle and a beautiful run right there by Keller Holmes. And Keller Holmes gets it across the 50 down to the 49-yard line. His first carry since early in the first quarter, and he picks up almost 7 yards.
Tackled by Brock Galwas there. And that's the backup quarterback, isn't it? Playing a little defense.
He starts at a safety position. Clock continues to roll. Highland Park's going to stay with the two-back formation. Two receivers to the narrow side of the field, one to the right side. Swanner out over the football, snaps it back. This time play action. Peck wants to throw back. He's going downfield. It's going to be incomplete. He was looking back there for Wilson Axley, who was coming out of the backfield, and it's incomplete.
Well, I don't know if Warren could have seen it, but it looked like Charlie Snyder going on a post route was wide open down the middle of the field, and Warren's trying to hit that throwback to Axley, but if he'd have looked up a little more, he might have seen Snyder behind everybody.
Third down, Highland Park. They need 4 for a first down. Scots are 5 for 6 on third down conversions tonight. And again, they'll go with the two-back set. Set a wide receiver and a slot to the right side. Option play goes to the right side. Pitch it out to Axley. Axley trying to turn the corner. He's close.
He may have it.
Pushed out of bounds in front of the Highland Park bench. I think he's going to be a bit short.
He's got it. I think he's got it.
Pretty good spot right there.
It's right on the line, and the chain behind it.
He got it.
First
Official
down.
says first down. Move the chains, and that was Wilson Axley.
That's great effort.
Jedi McKnight got a great block for Highland Park. And as we go through our names this year, Jedi McKnight has one of the best.
He does. Don't even start. Don't even start.
Ellis said he had a lot of force on that.
Yep. Anybody under 40 won't have a clue.
First down, Highland Park. Marcus 46-yard line. Handoff,
Schindel.
Nothing doing this time for Schindel. Trying to spin out of a tackle, but
number 48, Matthew Bryant, making the hit. What do we got? Somebody down.
You know, and we talked a lot about this defense, Matthew Bryant being the anchor on there. Will Upshaw is the guy they really expect big things out of. Not playing tonight. They wouldn't say exactly why he's not playing tonight. They also have one of their starting running backs who isn't playing tonight. When I asked Coach Alexander about that, he just said, I don't talk about things like that.
Well, usually if it's a discipline issue, coaches aren't going to go into it. And for that matter, if it's an injury issue, they don't want people to know about it.
Timeout on the field with 4:41 to play third quarter, 42-10 Highland Park. We checked the Louisville score. We get the Louisville team next week at Highlander Stadium. They were up 50-0 at halftime.
Over who?
Over Newman?
No, it wasn't Poteet. That was Lake Highlands.
Garland, Naaman Forest.
Okay. Louisville's going to be a big game next week.
That's going to be at Highlander Stadium. It'll be a lot of people there.
So can you check?
It is a first game as we try to get all of our equipment to work here in the press box. Cookie, we're going to get you a headset here in a minute.
You don't want that.
Second down out of the timeout. Highland Park needs 9 for a first down. Snap it back. Peck, play action.
Oh, nice.
Flushed out of the pocket. He's got a lot of room to run.
Here we go.
He's going to pick up the first down and more. Gets hit around the 23, and he's going to be tackled. Brought down, but not before he picks up another big run.
Boy, on the replay, if you can see it, great job by the offensive line. Continuing to fight on the rush. They kept Warren Peck upright and gave him the alleyway to break out to his left. But a lot of times, an offensive lineman will start to get beat, and then they'll let up. Not in Highland Park anyway. They keep fighting and give Peck a chance to make a big gain.
23 yards on the play. And the Scots will have a first down at the 22-yard line. Moving from right to left, that's 19 first downs for the Scots now. 4 wide receivers this time. They're going to hand off, and that's Holmes, who is trying to find running room. Bounced off a couple of red jerseys before he's finally going to be tackled. He'll go as a loss of 1 on the play. Second down, 11 coming up.
And Marcus is taking advantage of the fact they know Coach Allen wants to run the ball, keep the clock moving, get this game over with, and because of it, they're coming with run blitzes that are getting penetration on the Scots offensive line. Penetration they weren't getting in the first half, but they understand the situation now.
Scots approaching 400 yards of total offense in this ball game, and we're not even to the fourth quarter as of yet. Pat Sauer's got a friend in the stands.
Pat's got a lot of friends in the stands.
Okay, hang on. Hang tight. Second down, 11. Snap it back. Peck to throw. Here comes the rush. In trouble. He's going to, he threw it. He got it off. It is going to be complete out to Charlie Schneider. He's got it down around the 15-yard line.
I believe they're going to call it incomplete.
They're going to say it's incomplete.
Yeah.
It is going to be an incomplete pass, but, man, that was almost. Pat, go ahead.
Captain, tell us really what all the captain's moms do for Highland Park football.
So we do all the communication from Coach Allen. We do sponsorships. We keep the books. We order things for the coaches. We make sure our team boys have everything that they need for the game, especially right now with the heat. We're trying to make sure that they stay healthy and support just the coaches and trainers.
Hang on, y'all call it.
All right, Peck wants to throw, and Peck's in trouble. Now releases it, gets it out there to Keller Holmes, and it is all the way down inside the 10-yard line to the 9-yard line. Keller Holmes with a great catch, his first catch of the night, and the Scots get it all the way down 14 yards to the 9-yard line.
Great.
He looks like a down skier. Is he any good skiing? I mean, I see his shoulders right left, and looks like he's downhill skiing.
He's pretty good. 4th grade, he took first time learning to ski. He said he's going to go all double black diamonds.
There you go.
How surprising. Yeah.
No, we're going to talk about when we interview him next time.
He looks like a downhill skier.
First and goal to go, Highland Park, 9-yard line. Scrimmage, handed off to Keller Holmes, and this time he gets clobbered just about the line of scrimmage. He got set on by one of those big offensive linemen, Chase Bardwell. Nose guard came down on him pretty hard. They did not list weights for, but Bardwell looks 6'3", 215.
6'3", no. I think Bardwell is easily 240.
I don't know. I've seen pictures that make guys look 6'3", 215. It looked like.
Oh, well, some guys.
Second down goal to go for the Scots.
Look at Warren Peck.
Oh, Warren Peck takes a shot at the 5-yard line and keeps going. He'll get this all the way down inside the 2-yard line. And I'll tell you, our question coming into the game was Warren Peck can throw. We know he's got an arm. Can he run the ball? I'll tell you what, tonight I think he's proved that he can run the ball.
He's proved he can run the ball, and he's proved he's tough. And,
right.
And that's a great combination for a Highland Park quarterback. We've had a long line of guys who've got the skills but are also tough enough to take the beating, and Peck has come through flying colors tonight.
3rd down, goal to go for the Scots. 2 running backs in the backfield. That's going to be Holmes and Axley.
That's James Lancaster.
Excuse me, it is Lancaster. They're going to hand it off, though, to Axley, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown. Axley gets his 2nd touchdown of the night, and Highland Park extends their lead out 48-10.
And great job by James Lancaster on the lead block for Axley, cleaning out the hole and giving him just enough to get in the end zone.
That touchdown brought to you by Bob Lilly Promotions, proudly supporting the Scots since 1999. Thank you, Bob, for being a sponsor for Highland Park. Extra point up and on the way, and it is good. Scots lead it 49-10, 44 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. And Mike McAbee, you were showing me total offense a little bit earlier. Scots offensively, 412 yards.
Not a bad start.
152 on the ground, 260 in the air, and we still have another quarter to play.
Right, and still one penalty.
Flower Mound, by the way, 299 yards.
Still one penalty, or
yes.
We've got 2 now? Just one. I mean, when you can get to this point in the first game and you've only had 1 miscue penalty. 2, okay. A procedure. And 1 punt, which is not unusual for Highland Park.
Kickoffs brought to you by Davidson Bogle Real Estate. Land is their business. Our thanks to Davidson Bogle for being a sponsor again this year for Scots football.
And Hatcher Kelsner has been down the field, number 29, twice tonight with the tackle or first hit. Let's see if he can do it again or somebody else takes over. It's really a lot of fun for me to watch the kickoff because these guys take a lot of pride in what they do in practice. And for a lot of them, this is the only time they're on the field. And they want to show what they can do.
Here's Nick Regas to kick off. High end over end. This is going to be fielded at the goal line. It's going to be brought out by Garrett Grennan. Grennan out to the 20. Bounces outside. Goes all the way across the field. He'll get the 30, 35. And it's going to be stopped, brought out of bounds. 39-yard line or so. There is a flag that came in late, as they will spot him out of bounds at the 37-yard line, but let's see what the penalty is going to be.
It's Hudson Groth and Andrew Wade chasing Marcus return man out of bounds, but we got a holding, it looks like, against Marcus. That may be, Pat Sauer says his jersey was pulled over his helmet, so that might be holding, as Bob Euchre used to say, just a little outside.
Let's take a look at this on the replay.
Here's that scoring drive. As soon as we well there it is. Scoring.
No, there it went.
Scoring drive for the Scots.
We can't see it.
57 yards, 11 plays. Take 5:53 off the clock. The touchdown, a 2-yard dive by Axley. Scots lead 49-10.
Here we go. Quick pass comes to the near side. It's going to be caught behind the line of scrimmage, then taken upfield for a first down. Nice play. Cooper Campbell had a blocker out in front of him, caught it behind the line of scrimmage, and then scrambles up the right side of the field out to the 46-yard line.
And that's Clark Cosby, linebacker for the Scots, outside backer making the play. 19-yard gain, however.
And again, Parlin calls for the snap. Garrett Giddings out over the football, snaps it back. Play action, he'll throw it right side. Goes long. Garza's down there, and Garza makes the catch. A diving catch at about the 14-yard line, and Garza gets brought down immediately by Jack McCallum.
And Jack McCallum couldn't have much better coverage. He is right with Garza, but give the Marcus quarterback credit. He drops the ball right in there. McCallum can't dislodge it. And Marcus is set up at the Highland Park 15-yard line.
Rhett Garza is not getting up off the floor right now. He is, I think, cramped up down there. Trainers come out to take a look at him. 2 seconds, so one more play to go here in the third quarter. And Highland Park will be 12 minutes closer to winning their first game of the season. Scots went 11-1 last year. Went through district, ripped off 8 straight victories to go 8-0 through district play. They'll get Louisville next week, and then they'll open district play against Lake Highlands 2 weeks from tonight.
Russell, let me make a plug in regard to that. The Scots' first home game is next Friday night against Louisville, as you just said. Season tickets are sold out. But if you're out there and you're listening and you want to go to this huge game, there are Blueback season tickets and reserved parking available going up for auction Monday morning in time for next week's game. So go to hpfootball.murabid.com. That's hpfootball.murabid.com to bid on Monday morning and also purchase your Caniac supper tickets and T-shirts for next week's dinner.
Well, they let the clock roll out, and we have finished 3 quarters of play here at Marauder Stadium. Our score after 3, Highland Park 49, Marcus 10. We're back right after this.
Our name, Residential Capital Partners, reflects who we are and how we treat our customers. At Residential Capital Partners, we are dedicated to helping our customers build wealth through real estate. Residential Capital Partners, America's private lender.
Conveniently located between Lovers Lane and University Boulevard on Preston Road. First play of the fourth quarter. It's going to be play action, trying to throw it into the end zone. Incomplete, thrown over the receiver's head. That was intended for Grennan. And second down and 10 coming up for Marcus. Highland Park's defense trying to keep the Marauders out. And we've got a Marcus player down in the end zone who may be suffering a cramp. Yeah, I believe that's what it is. Trainers are coming out to look at him. We really didn't have as many cramping issues as we thought we might have at the beginning of the game, but tell you what, here towards the third quarter and first part of the fourth quarter, we've seen quite a few. 11:54 to play, 49-10. Highland Park leads it. Scots have scored in a variety of ways tonight. They've scored on the ground, they've scored in the air, and they have scored on a blocked field goal tonight. So the defense getting into the scoring tonight. Still, it's 96 degrees here at Marauder Stadium, and it is 10 o'clock at night. Crazy. And I think Jay Ellis just fell out down there. I haven't heard from him in quite a while. Oh, he's back. Jay Ellis is back.
Let me finish chewing here.
Did you dip in and get another ice cold Dr. Pepper?
You know, I was really looking for a Haagen-Dazs bar, but they don't have them here in Louisville. So instead I had water of all things, but I guess it's good for me.
That bunch that's stacked to the left side for Marcus. They'll turn and hand it off, going right up the middle this time. This is Mason Jones. And Mason Jones will bounce off a couple, and finally it's going to be Winfield who makes the tackle down right around the 5-yard line. Jay, you had a good look at that.
To tell you guys was I had a chance to visit with Highland Park's new athletic director, Lonnie Jordan. Scots fans will remember Coach Jordan was the head coach at Lake Highlands last year. And he's had some great teams there, but he's now leading our athletic department here at Highland Park. He's proud to be a Scot, and he's wearing the blue and gold on the field today.
I hope so.
All right, first and goal to go now for the Marauders. Handed off. The running back will go from right to left. Wesley Winfield comes in to make the tackle. Kelly Keepy on the run that time for the Red. It's only going to be a 1-yard pickup. Highland Park's defense doing their best to try to not let Marcus into the end zone here in the fourth quarter.
Starters in the game up front. Steele Turner, Cormac Carroll, and also Richter.
Scots have that 3-man defensive front. Here's a handoff again to Keela Keeping. And did he get in? No.
I don't think so.
He gets down near the goal line, but he won't get in. We've got a flag thrown by the linesman. There's going to be offsides on Highland Park.
That was Bo Jones, the sophomore linebacker, finishing off that play with help from a couple of other Scots.
This will only be the third penalty tonight against Highland Park.
Yeah, the ball's very close.
But they would get
another down, yeah,
if they do that.
Key here is get penetration. We talked about it when Marcus had the chance to stop the Scots, but getting under the offensive line and taking their wheels out early on gives the back no place to run.
Offsides was the call. They did not indicate that they didn't take it. They're leaving the ball where it was, so it's inside the 1-yard line. Scots are backed up, and it is third down.
Big tight end in the sniffer spot for
now
Marcus.
Coach Alexander wants to come over, and he's talking to the official. Jay Ellis just told us in our headsets that he thinks that they wanted to take the penalty, which I would understand because then you get an extra down.
Yep.
And you're still really close.
You only lose a yard by doing that, and you get an extra down. So kind of a no-brainer.
Really close. I mean, the officials' 2 feet can't fit between the ball and the goal line, so it's awfully close. But I think the extra down is worth it if I'm Marcus.
Coach Alexander talking to the referee, Mike Ritchie. And Ritchie now comes out. Now he's going to show offsides was the call. And they are taking the penalty. And so the ball moves officially a yard, but really it's like a foot.
Yeah. Let's see if the
running
Scots
back is going to be in the backfield. He'll stand right behind Dane Parlin, the quarterback, who works out of the shotgun.
It's a penetration.
He'll snap it back. Get it. No, the quarterback's going to keep it himself. Fake the handoff, and Parlin will take it around the right side and outrace everybody to the corner of the end zone. And Parlin is the latest to go down with cramps after he got into the end zone and falls down.
It's a good call by the Marcus coach because Scott's defense was really laying in weight inside. Nobody outside.
1-yard touchdown run for Dane Parlin. His first rushing touchdown tonight. Only the second touchdown for the Marauders. Here's Gall to try the extra point. It's up and on the way, and he clears it. It is good. So our score now 49-17. Highland Park still with the commanding lead. As we talked about just a moment ago, still 96 degrees out there.
Well, that's cool. That's based on what we've seen. 96. I'll take 96 anytime.
Box is about 73.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you,
the air conditioning is working good up here. Pat, it's working great up here. Jay, it's almost cold.
Pat and Jay underneath those blue tents over there. Well, you want to know whether one of the most popular places to be after practice every day? It's in those ice baths.
Right.
Usually they got people bypassing that. They're lining up. Can I take a number for an ice bath?
Those guys like to sort of parade around after the ice bath. You know, they're not wearing much. They're covered up, but not much, and they all walk a lap around the field to warm back up after submerging themselves in ice.
With a towel around them. Yeah.
That's right.
We'll check in with Pat here momentarily, but first we've got the kickoff coming up, and Highland Park's got 3 back.
Obviously, check onside.
Now they've got a timeout. They're going to talk about it just a little bit.
Real quickly, let me give you that scoring drive for Marcus. They go 73 yards in sixth place, take 2:15 off the clock. The touchdown and 1-yard dive by quarterback Dane Parvin. Gall adds the extra point, and it's 40, as Russell said it's 49-17. Highland Park with 10:29 to go in the game.
Want to bring Pat Sauer into the conversation. We were talking ice baths, and you wanted to talk about it?
I was talking with Alex Richter earlier, and he said he walked in last night into his den, and it looked like a MASH unit. There were so many IVs in the room with the boys getting some fluids back in their body. It's just been so hot since they started training or started fall camp, and I'm sure at halftime it looked the same in the locker room. So, we're doing pretty well with the cramping right now, and we've only had a few, and it reminded me of that Sherman game several years ago where just we were dropping like flies, and Coach Allen's been trying to fix that ever since. But anyway, Scots are looking good, 49-17 with 10:29 left.
Well, and people forget the defense has that tradition of showing up to watch films at teammates' house, at captain's house, Richter in this case. They'll all go over there and watch films on Thursday night, but if they need IVs, they're still going to do it.
Hans team is up there, but they're going to kick this one away, and Steele Tobin will take it down around the 20-yard line, brings it back up near the 30, and gets upended, and the Scots will bring on a new quarterback.
Parker
Thompson will see his first varsity action. 6'3", 193-pound senior. And let's see what he's got. Should be fun.
Parker Thompson is he's very fast. He's probably one of the most athletic kids on the team. And so it'll be good to have him around, see what he can do here.
Lancaster's going to be in the backfield, James Lancaster, and they'll send 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left.
Yep, here we go.
Wyatt Swanner out over the football to snap it back. Thompson takes a snap. He's going to run it right up the middle. Stutter step, gets around 1, gets around 2, and he'll slide forward near the 33-yard line. Caleb Livingston will come in and get credit for the tackle. About a 4-yard pickup, second down and a long 6.
Thompson's been impressive in workouts. He throws a nice ball, but he can fly. When he gets in the open field, he's going to be hard to catch.
Thompson again out of the shotgun for the Highland Park Scots with 3 receivers off to the right side. This time he's going to fake the handoff. Thompson will keep it and will get caught right behind the line of scrimmage. Matthew Bryant first to get there and wrap him up around the waist. It's going to go down as a loss of 2. Brings up 3rd down 7.
And I'm interested to see, obviously, Thompson carry the ball, but I'd like to see James Lancaster, too. He's fun to watch because his center of gravity is so low to the ground, he is hard to knock off his feet.
Lancaster wearing number 34 for the Scots. Highland Park still with that first-team offensive line in there.
Yep.
Stacked receivers go to both sides. And a straight run right up the middle for Thompson. He's got a little bit of seam. There he shows some of his speed across the 50 down to the 40-yard line. And he has to be wrestled down by 3 red jerseys before he goes to the turf. Beautiful run by Parker Thompson.
And you see when he gets traffic, he can really turn it on. You see right here, he pushes people out of the way, and he really he's deceiving to the defense because they think, hey, I've got him, but then he'll squirt through that hole for another 10 yards.
Clock continues to roll. They put the football down at the Marcus 41. Scots will have it to the left hash mark. Plays being signaled in.
Looks like Spackman, Addison. And Keller Holmes in at receivers.
3-man defensive front for the Marauders. Thompson again, design run. Tried to spin out of the big scrum, unable to do so. He's going to lose 3 yards.
A 3rd down.
One thing you were talking about, and he has done, is kept that clock rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's Coach Allen knows, hey, we want to get out of here. Don't want to get anybody hurt. Get out of here and get home, get ready for Louisville.
Taking 2.5 minutes off the clock on 4 plays.
Let's see if Parker Thompson, if Coach Allen will let him throw, I'd be interested to see it.
2nd down, 13. Thompson will get his chance to throw right here. Nope. Pocket starts to collapse, and he's going to tuck it and run. Started left, comes back to the right side. He's got some room, gets around another one, comes all the way to the far right side, trying to fight his way through 2 tacklers. He ran probably 100 yards, but he picks up about 20.
I'm sure the defense goes, this guy is elusive. He won't go down. He goes, as you said, rushes back all the way across the field, and he reaches the sideline, still doesn't want to go down, but picks up 14 yards.
A crisscross run from one side of the field to the other, and finally he's going to be brought down on the near side.
Coach Allen and the offensive coaches taking their time, signaling plays in.
Play clocks are not working in the end zones tonight. They have not been working all night. 6:25 to play in the game. Handoff. There's Lancaster trying to get away. Couldn't fight his way out from Wesley Jordan. Had him around the thighs, and that'll go as a no gainer. 2nd down and 11.
Lancaster's got good hands, too. I've seen him run some routes out of the backfield, and he is very adept at catching the ball as well.
Scots have had 7 different receivers catch the ball. They've had 7 different runners as well tonight.
Looks like empty set coming.
Scots will send 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Parker Thompson's going to be all alone in the backfield. Out of the shotgun. Quarterback looks left, looks right. Snaps his hands. Here comes the ball. Steps back, throws off to the left side. He didn't have much time and overthrows Paxton Smith out in the flat left side.
Well, Parker just had to get rid of it there. There was an unblocked rusher coming free, and he had to unload it. He's up 3rd and about 10 or 11.
Coming up after the game, we'll hear from head coach Randy Allen. We'll try to catch up with some of the players as well.
Let's see if Scots can convert this.
3rd down and 11. Ball's at the 31-yard line of Marcus. Highland Park using all the time that they can.
Here comes a blitz, a dog blitz.
And Parker Thompson goes up the middle. He broke through that seam. He's going, he's gone. Touchdown, Parker Thompson.
Well, there you see a little option play right there for 30 yards. Parker Thompson going to his left, puts his left foot in the ground, and then makes a right turn. And when he does, he knifes into the defense and is in the end zone. That's a nice little run right there.
Beautiful run right there.
That's a huge threat to have when you can make something happen like that running the ball.
Got a different kicker coming in now for Highland Park. This is
Sutton Stock, the sophomore.
And he is good on the extra point. Highland Park stretches their lead 56-17 and chew up a lot of that clock here in the 4th quarter as well. So the Scots doing everything they want to do tonight. Getting a lot of second teamers in there. Boy, that's a beautiful run.
Yeah, you see the acceleration right there. He sees that hole and he doesn't waste any time. If we could see the replay, we'd describe it better.
Well, what's been most impressive tonight for Highland Park?
I think there were a lot of questions about the offensive line. They were young. Again, Pickelman, the only one with any real experience, and I think they played very well tonight. And the other thing I've talked about several times is, to go your very first game and go 2 penalties is I think a testament to their discipline. That's Again, we talked about Marcus shot themselves in the foot early on when they had 3rd and short, and then they jump off sides or have some type of procedure penalty. But the Scots have been very good at being disciplined for the first game out.
Nick Regas has it teed up again. He's going to kick this one long. They're going to let it go into the end zone and bring it out. No, it went out of bounds.
So it'll be at the 30. Yeah, and I think, the core of wide receivers is going to do great things for the Scots. Steele Tobin, very impressive. Charlie Snyder, Laskowski. I don't know if Bryce has come back. Have you all noticed?
Have not seen him.
Here's that scoring drive that for the Scots just completed. Scots go 71 yards in 8 plays, take 5:03 off the clock. The touchdown, a 30-yard option play by Parker Thompson. Sutton Stock adds the kick, and with 5:26 to go in the game, it's Highland Park 56 and Marcus 17.
Marcus trying to cut it closer if they can at all do so, but Palin's in trouble this time and just had to sling that, get it out of the way because he was under a lot of pressure. Dane Parlin had no place to go with it and just throws it away.
That's Will Signor, number 59, putting pressure on the Marcus quarterback, forcing him to get unloaded.
2nd down and 10 coming up right here. Clock will stop at 5:19 to play here in the 4th quarter. Again, Parlin to throw. Looks long. Right side. Has a receiver down there. He made the catch. It's going to be no, he's out of bounds.
Was that Garza?
That was Rhett Garza who made the catch, but again, comes down out of bounds. Would have been a big first down. They would have had it around Highland Park's 35. Instead, long incompletion.
Give them credit. Garza's made some great catches tonight. That out of bounds, of course, but he's going to be a threat moving forward for Marcus.
He's had 2 catches, 46 yards tonight for Rhett Garza.
Scots roll the secondary.
3-man defensive front for Highland Park. Plays being signaled in from the sideline. Parlin barks signals to his offensive line. Steps back, snaps his hands. Takes a snap. Steps up in the pocket, fires long. Comes down the left side of the field. This is going to be slapped away. I believe they're going to call pass interference on Highland Park, but it looked like a really nice play there by Highland Park's Matthias Tamakas.
Yeah, he's right where he needs to be, and hard to fault that coverage because he didn't look like to me he was hanging on the receiver at all. They call holding, not interference.
Yep, that's what it's going to be called, holding against Highland Park's defense against the secondary. It's going to be first down for Marcus on the penalty. First downs, Highland Park 24, 20 for Marcus. Again, out of that pistol look with the running back right behind the quarterback.
Chase Gramad in the game up front.
3 wide receivers. They'll turn, hand it off. Kind of a slow developing play, and Highland Park's defense just crowds the hole and stuff the running back.
Warms them. Number 25.
Was a nice play.
Number 25, Reed Jackson, in on the play along with Chase Gramad. Number 91. Gramad in the game at defensive end. Nose guard.
Jack Steed is in there still.
Jonah Chawan at nose guard. Here comes Steed on a blitz, looks like.
Play action this time. Parlin goes right side. That's going to be caught. That's Cooper Campbell who went up there, made the leaping catch. 28-yard line of Highland Park. Another first down for the Marauders. They're 21st.
And that's number 26, Hudson Groth, in coverage along with Miller Ferris.
It's 29-yard play. 32-yard play for Marcus. Gives him the ball deep in Highland Park territory. Again, Parlin wants to throw. Flushed out of the pocket, rolls right, has to throw on the run, and he completes it again down to Campbell. Boy, that was a nice pass because he was in trouble running out of bounds, and he still was able to complete it.
Tough play right there. And he's thrown back across his body a little bit as he's going out of bounds. He's been very... Pavin has been Parlin has been very effective on the run.
Again, he'll throw it. This time he gets to the slot receiver on the near side, and the slot receiver trying to get out into the end zone. He did get into the end zone.
I don't know about that.
Grennan, the receiver, and they'll give him credit for the touchdown. Highland Park's got a player down on the play.
It looked to me like
at that coming up here in just a second.
Let's see who's down. May have another cramp down there by number 26, it looks like.
Hudson Growth.
Hudson Growth. Looks like it's not anything more than a cramp, though, but that hurts like the dickens when it's happening. I don't know about that touchdown call, though. It looked to me like that official thought about it. Okay, we'll give it to you.
Thought about it, looked at the scoreboard.
Whatever.
Take it. 3:33 to play. We got the extra point to come, and then Highland Park will get the ball back and likely keep it on the ground and just wind out this clock. We'll take a look at that play coming up here momentarily. Growth is up.
He's got that leg trying to straighten his toe, and looks to me like a cramp.
He's going to walk off under his own power, but he is walking kind of gently. And he's got to go from the near side all the way across the field.
Which
it's going to take him a little while.
Like a little help there getting across. Coach Bobby Leitner, defensive coordinator, checking him out.
Let's take a look at that touchdown. Well, again, we take a look at it if our monitor works.
Monitor goes in and out, in and out, in and out.
Y'all look at it in the truck and let us know what you think. They say he hit the pylon and got in.
Okay.
This replay brought to you by Raul.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Extra point up and on the way, and it is good. New score here at Marauder Stadium. Highland Park 56, and now Marcus 24, and 3:33 to play.
Scott's had a great start tonight. We take it for granted, but it got a lot of momentum. What was the final score on? We have final score on Louisville. That scoring drive for Marcus went 70 yards in 6 plays, took a minute 53 off the clock. The touchdown, 15-yard pass from Parlin to Carrick Grennan. Gall adds an extra point, and with 3:33 to go in the game, it's Highland Park 56 and Marcus 24.
Our fourth quarter replay is brought to you by Albernays, serving Highland Park Scott families for 25 years. Yep. Albernays.
You've been to Albernays?
I have.
On Oak Lawn. It's good.
It's very excellent. Good. I was just getting ready to say, I think we have to have a team meeting in Albernays next week. We'll put it on Fred's credit card.
A broadcast. No,
we'll just go in.
Pat volunteered. We just drop his name and we'll get a table.
There we go. He knows everybody anyway,
I'm telling you.
Run, kid, run.
Okay.
Mike McAfee is watching Ennis and Waxahachie very closely.
He's a new Ennis resident, so.
Wax is up. There's fair catch made by Highland Park.
Tobin.
That's Steele Tobin back there. And
so Highland Park get the ball on 25-yard line. Smart move.
Jay Ellis down there getting ready to get our player interviews and talk with head coach Randy Allen as well during the postgame show. Postgame sponsor tonight, Burger House, the official burger of Highland Park football. That sounds pretty good tonight, too.
Well,
we'll go to the Burger House.
They got those videos of Brennan Storr from last year, and
there you go.
Lawson Petty chowing down over at Burger House. I imagine when they're back in town, they will be.
We'll head over to Burger House tonight. Then Tomorrow we can go to Golf's, and then on Sunday we can go over to Albernay's. From the 25-yard line, Highland Park's got the football. Snap it back, and into play quarterback for the Scots is Cade Trotter. And he hands it off, and the running play comes to the near side. That was Gunnar Ralseth on the carry for the Scots.
Scott's got some new offensive linemen in the game. 62, J.D. Copeland. Looks like Swanner is still in the game at center. 64 is in the game. That is John Middledorf.
Play action this time. Trotter to throw. Winds up, throws down the left side, and it is intercepted. That's going to be
down.
No, it is going to be incomplete. The official says he did not come up with it. It's going to be called an incomplete pass. Highland Park will keep the ball. 2:47 to go. Pass was a little bit overthrown.
Stewart all day in the game. Still for the Scots. He's had a nice outing. Again, first time out as a sophomore. That's a scary situation when you're the sophomore and you get thrown into the first game of the year that early, and he's held up very well.
You talked about the size on that offensive line, 275, 290, 275, 280, and 265.
Yep.
Saying something when you're the small guy at 6'5", 265.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the height, Scots have such good height this year.
Here's a pitch coming to the near side. And comes all the way out near the 38-yard line.
That's Gunnar Rolseth. Is that how you say it? Rolseth? Mm-hmm.
Rolseth. Clock's going to continue to run.
Cade Trotter again, the son of former Highland Park secondary coach Toby Trotter, who Pat interviewed earlier in the game.
What you talked about the height of the offensive line. What is that? What's the advantage to having tall offensive linemen?
I think because you can cover people up. I mean, you can actually get them down under you where they can't see the back, they can't see the quarterback without peeking around. I mean, you blot out the sky a little bit for smaller defensive linemen. Plus, usually when you're taller, your reach is so much better. You can keep the defense at bay with your hands a lot better.
Jay Ellis on the sideline. I did ask the right guy.
I was going to say, I know that's what they say, but I never could have explained why. But an offensive line coach like Coach Castellaw knows the answer, and I'm certain that he got it right.
I'm coming to you for secondary, okay?
Inside 90 seconds to play. Here's a running play on the near side, and again, this is going to be a Rolseth. And he will punch this all the way out across the 45, near that first down marker. They going to give it to him or not?
I think they are, yes. Official is pointing. He's pointing. First down.
One of them's pointing. The other two are not looking at the one that's pointing. Now they're going to move them.
Well, they came with the third down bell, and it's not third down.
Their communication was a little slow there. Inside a minute to go. Trotter's got two in the backfield with him this time. Cade Trotter's going to keep it himself. He got hit. There was a blitz coming up the middle, and he gets stopped behind the line of scrimmage. And probably one more snap of the game.
That should do it.
And that should do it and send us into the postgame show. The Highland Park coaches are packing their things next to us, and they're headed down to the sideline and into the locker room. And
they got a good look on their face. They're I don't know if I'd call them happy, but I'd say satisfied. All right.
That is going to do it. Highland Park's going to win it. Our final score tonight will be 56-24 Highland Park. And coming up in just 11, let me just get your thoughts. Happy with the way the game went? Overall thoughts.
I think you got to be happy with anything 56-24 first game out. Scott's obviously lost Pickelman for a few weeks, but if you're going to have an injury, you don't want an injury, but if you're going to have one early on is when you want it, so you can get him back for the bulk of the rest of the year. But, Marcus is a quality program, and I think the Scots just walked in here and said, you may be a quality program, but we're an elite program. We're fixing to show you. I think, as Coach Leiter and Coach Allen had said, you're not quite sure what you're going to get when you throw them out there the first time, and I think they can feel very good about how they played this game and how they went about doing their job to get the victory.
Tell you what, that's going to wrap it up for our portion of the broadcast. Our thanks to everybody who's been associated with it tonight, including our statistician Mike Maccabee. And our post-game show will start momentarily.
So I want to give a shout out to our intern who's helping us for the first time tonight, Cole Denman.
Thank you very much, Cole.
And he's going to be with us all year long.
Post-game show brought to you by Burger House gets underway in just a moment. We'll take this time out, and we'll have some interviews coming up right after this. The official burger of Highland Park football.
Burger House keeps my O-line fueled for the big games.
I got your back.
Mouth-watering burgers, famous fries, handmade shakes and malts made the old-fashioned way, like they were back in 1951, when we first opened our doors. Next time you have the urge for a double-double and Jack's Famous Fries, stop in and step back in time to our neighborhood restaurant. We would love to see you. Go Scots! Conveniently located between Lovers Lane and University Boulevard on Preston Road. Not Just Soccer is locally owned and has served the Highland Park community for youth sports equipment needs since 1989. Whether you're looking for soccer, football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, or lacrosse equipment, they carry it all, and they take pride with specialists in each sport, and in many circumstances, you'll be helped by a current Highland Park athlete. Go Scots!
I've got Coach Allen. We're here with Coach Randy Allen. Coach, the Scots win in convincing fashion tonight. Let's start out the season with postgame by telling us a little bit about how you all prepared for this year, and did the team accomplish what you wanted them to accomplish in week one?
Yeah, I think they put a big exclamation point on the victory tonight because they came out ready to play, and we took control of the game from the very beginning and didn't give up the momentum. And so real happy. We had played a lot of guys because we had some cramps, and so we got a lot of good experience. So sorry that we lost Case Pickelman, but we'll get him back in 4 weeks, hopefully, and maybe we'll get Hill Greenlee back next week.
Coach, as fans, we all thought Highland Park was going to have success throwing the ball this year, handed the ball to running backs. Something we saw tonight that some of us fans didn't expect was Warren Peck racking up yards on the ground as well. Yeah. Tell us about how your quarterback played tonight.
Well, Warren had a tremendous game. I mean, he did everything. He ran it, he threw it. He was really making great decisions, and he's a tough runner. Warren's gone through a whole year of just remaking his body, working out, working his diet, lifting weights, and he showed it tonight the way he ran the football. So I'm really proud of the decisions he made.
Coach Allen, your linebackers seem to make a lot of plays tonight. We saw a lot of Morse. We called Anders Korn's name a lot. Of course, up front, we saw Richter making a lot of plays. Tell us about how they set the tone and were able to help you all to get out to a commanding lead before halftime.
Well, they held Marcus intact for the most part. We gave up a couple of big plays, but I tell you, Morris is outstanding. And then the blocked field goal and return, was it McCallum that returned it? What a great play by our defense. Who blocked it?
Daniel Turner.
Daniel Turner. What a great play, because that changed the whole complexion of the first half. It put them way out of it. So that was a tremendous play by our defense.
Absolutely.
Coach, your offense tonight, I mean, you've got to be really pleased with the way the offense was. It looked like they were firing on all cylinders kind of in that first half to start the season off.
Yeah, they were, and we scored, I think, all but one possession when Warren Peck was in there, and then Parker Thompson went in and we scored one possession. He was in there. So we really had a great night offensively.
And what about the ability to mix in a lot of guys, too? I mean, you threw to probably 10 or so different receivers. You had a ton of running backs in there, a lot of different people in the game. Obviously, that was probably part of the plan because of the heat, but just being able to execute so well with so many different guys.
Well, we've got depth in the backfield, and you know, we got depth in certain areas. We don't have much depth in the offensive line, and that was really our concern. But our guys held up tremendously. I mean, they played great. I just am so proud of the way they played. Stuart Allday came in when Case Pickleman got hurt, and he's a sophomore offensive tackle and did a wonderful job in his place. So our guys really rise to the occasion when they get a chance and somebody gets injured and they got to come in and take the place.
Coach Allen, any insight you can give us on what next week's going to look like with Louisville?
Well, they're really, really big and really, really fast and really, really good. That's about all. I mean, they were that way last year, and we were one of the 2 teams to beat them last year, and we had to make 2 goal line stands to do it. So it'll be a great game for Highland Park fans to see.
Coach Randy Allen, thank you. Congratulations on win number 1. We'll see you next week back at Highlander Stadium.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
appreciate it. Russell Scott back with you on the post-game show here at Marcus Marauder Stadium. Jay's going to try to grab some players and talk to them. Our post-game sponsor brought to you by Burger House. Burger House, the official burger of Highland Park football. Let's send it back over to Jay.
Representing clients and lead the world. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that at the beginning?
Yeah, hey, I'm here with our offensive player of the game. This is Vincent & Elkins, LLP, offensive player of the game. And I've asked Warren Peck, the quarterback, to read the Vincent & Elkins tagline for me.
Representing clients who lead the world.
Warren Peck, your father's at Vincent Elkins. I know that, so I thought he'd like to hear that see it on air. Hey, Warren Peck was quarterback tonight. First of all, they probably see it on video here. Tell us about this cool little device you got around your neck.
It's called a Q collar. It is what prevents. I had 2 concussions sophomore year and junior year. The Q collar prevents my brain from getting another concussion and shaking when I get hit.
Sounds good. I'm all for that. And speaking of getting hit, you got hit quite a bit tonight. You ran the ball more than I've seen you run in the past. I think your yard total was 70 or more, including some touchdowns. Tell us about the game plan, and did you expect to be running downfield as much as you did tonight?
Not at all. Not at all. Not really. It was a lot of passing, a lot of seams and stuff. It just happened to go my way. I happen to have a great line, and they happen to give me big holes that I can go in.
And Warren, you mentioned that great line. You know, in the second play of the game, Case Pickleman, who has probably the most experience on varsity, went down with an elbow injury, and Stuart Allday comes in and plays left tackle. Tell us about the great job that he and the whole line did overcoming some adversity and doing their job tonight.
Case Pickleman, that loss is definitely devastating, but Stuart Allday did a great job coming and filling in, and we definitely couldn't have gotten this one without him.
And let's talk just a little bit about the passing game. Tell me what you were seeing from Marcus and how you took advantage of it.
I was seeing a lot of safeties bite really hard and a good amount of man. So I also attacked the hole shots because the corners came down to guard the back. So we attacked the hole shots and the seams. And then they flow really hard to the right. So I had a few times where I could run left and had a big lane.
Hey, Warren, this is our first interview on camera. You're the best I've ever had at looking at that camera. You never looked at me once. You're doing a good job. I want you to coach these other guys on that. You're a captain. That's your other job. Will you do it for me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Warren Peck, Highland Park captain and quarterback, offensive player of the game. Vincent Elkins, offensive player of the game. Congratulations. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. That's Warren Peck.
Our offensive player of the game brought to you by Vincent & Elkins, LLP, representing clients who lead the world. We continue with our players of the game, and Jay, I believe you got a defensive player of the game there?
I sure do. I have Anders Korn, number 58. He's an outside linebacker, and he's our HP Youth Football defensive player of the game. Tell us about HP Youth Football.
Preparing tomorrow's Scots today.
Thank you, Anders Korn. Anders had a great game today playing outside linebacker. Anders, in the first quarter, which seemed to have taken about an hour, it seems like we called your name every time. First of all, tell us what the guys up front that were doing that allowed you to see the ball and get to it and make the tackles.
The tackles, what I noticed is that they were whenever they were pass blocking, they would jump out real quick. So I would just make like a jab step inside, and they would follow it, and then I would be able to get around the edge easier. And then as soon as I would see pass read, I would get back, and even if it was the other side of the field, I was just trying to pursue and just get as many tackles as I can.
Were you sick of playing just thud and wrap up and occasionally tackle at practice? Finally, you got to see some red jerseys you could hit and go through the whistle?
Oh, yeah. It's a lot better. I mean, it's better to be under the lights rather than, in the steaming hot turf at 4 o'clock. So, it was fun. It was also fun, beating someone. Finally, as a team, we've just been scrimmaging, and we finally get to show what we're really about.
Yeah, Anders, you talked about the heat, and you're right. When the sun went down, it wasn't quite as hot. I think the thermometer, or I think they used to call it a sling psychometer, would tell you that it was still over 100 degrees out here. But what did it feel like to you guys?
Oh, it felt fine. Since we've been going so hard in practice, we just acclimated to it.
Very good. And last thing, linebackers love to hit. They love to get to play full speed. Tell us about the mentality of that entire linebacker core. You were on the outside on one side, but you played with a couple inside backers, another outside backer. Tell us about them.
We got Jack Morse, obviously, stud. Wesley Winfield, dog. And then we got John Allen, dog. We got to kill their will mindset. We just want to make them cry. That's our goal. We just want to kill their will. That was our defensive motto last year, and we're still representing it.
Could you see it in the Marcus players at some point when their will was killed?
Yes, sir. They looked exhausted.
Hey, that's Scott football.
Yes, sir.
You're our HP Youth Football Defensive Player of the Game. Congratulations, Anders Korn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brought to you by HP Youth Football, preparing tomorrow's Scots for today. And, when you talk about the play of the game, our play of the game is brought to you by Riddell Plumbing, and that's the home of honesty, quality, great customer service, and proud supporter of Highland Park Scots. I think our play of the game tonight might have been the blocked field goal.
Absolutely.
And the return for the touchdown, but you don't get the touchdown if you don't get the blocked field goal.
That is correct. So, Daniel, as he was saying, that we've chosen the blocked field goal and scoop and score as the play of the game. It was hard to tell live action what happened, but tell us why that kick never made it across the line of scrimmage.
Their first PAT, I lined up across the guard, and he was really soft, and so I already pushed him back a couple yards. I didn't get that play, obviously. And then the next time it happened, I thought, hey, I'll go full bull rush. I'll see if I can get him. And he was really soft. He leaned back really far, and it all fell into place.
Great. And so now, of course, you were playing defensive end most of the game as well.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was like up front, because those guys on Marcus were really big up front.
They're big. They didn't move very well, and they're pretty slow, and they had a whole lot of signs that they showed, whether it was run or pass. And so after watching film, we felt good about our game plan.
Were you looking at their knuckles, how much weight on their hands?
Exactly.
Were they leaning back? What were they doing?
Yep. So, probably for run blocks, the guard, his knuckles would be really white, and he'd be leaning forward, and you could just tell by his body posture. Yeah. And then pass, he was more leaned back. Yeah.
So back to the special teams play. You knock the blocker into the kick. McCollum picks it up and goes. And I didn't see where you were when he crossed the goal line, but were you able to chase him and see him in the end zone?
I was running right behind him. I was cheering on and everything. I was so happy.
That's awesome. So tell us about his speed real quick.
He's fast. He's a quick guy. And, he got way far ahead of me. I didn't think – I fell down after I got that guy. So by the time I got up, he was already way past me. So I was just a chase to catch up. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, listen, we want to congratulate you. You're our Mark Clifton Holmes Special Team Player of the Game, and I'd love for you to tell us what their tagline is.
They're trusted builders of exceptional homes.
This is our Special Teams Player of the Game, Daniel Turner. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And back to you, Russell Scott.
Thank you very much. Our post-game show tonight brought to you by Burger House. Burger House, the official burger of Highland Park football. And we don't have a lot of stats to go through tonight, but our game summary stats report, you'd have to, it's brought to you by Martin Lyons, Watts Morgan Law. Your business, our expertise. I think just the fact that the offense had almost 500 yards tonight in the first game of the season, pretty impressive when you can do something like that in the first game.
What else can you ask for? This team, Marcus, they're big athletic kids. They're kids that are winning program. And to come out here and do that on week 1 is really promising. You know, as you all were talking about before the game, every year we come out here and people ask, how are the Scots going to be this year? And the answer is usually there aren't many of them with experience. But I know someone will step up, and they did it tonight. They did it tonight for sure.
Fun game for Highland Park. They win it by a final score of 56-24. They're telling us we got to get off the field, so that's going to wrap up our Burger House post-game show. Our thanks to everybody who's been associated with it tonight. For now, Russell Scott saying so long from Marcus Marauder Stadium. We'll talk to you next Friday night from Highlander when the Scots will host Louisville in Week 2. So long. Happy football, everybody.